Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 4:23 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Energy as outlined in Resolution E7. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $48,613,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Energy pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Energy to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you to share details about our plan for clean energy in Nova Scotia and all the green jobs and other economic benefits that come with this work. It's a fascinating time to step into the role as Energy Minister, and it's a position that I take very seriously. And it's one that I'm tackling with a great thirst for knowledge and a great deal of determination to make this province a clean energy powerhouse for the benefit of all Nova Scotians. I want to thank those who've been in this seat before me, especially Minister Rushton, who advanced this important work over the past few years. I'm honored to carry the torch forward and excited to keep the momentum going. As you know, the new Department of Energy was formed on December 12th. We did this restructuring to create economic opportunities for Nova Scotians and to drive clean growth and prosperity so our province can continue to flourish. Let me address some of the nuts and bolts of that shift right away. Our estimates budget for the Department of Energy, as it has been read, is about $48.6 million. The estimates reflect a fairly clean shift of staff and budget from the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables. 2 full branches moved over to form the bulk of the new department: the Clean Energy Branch and the Energy Resource Development Branch, formerly called Subsurface and Offshore Energy. We share our Deputy Minister with Natural Resources, and her FTE, salary, and budget are split 50-50 between the departments. We also share policy and corporate services and communications staff with DNR. Those FTEs and salary and budget mostly show up in the natural resources estimates. you will notice a line for the minister's office, which we're still setting up. That line also includes Associate Deputy Minister Dave McGregor and his staff who moved over from priorities and planning. I want to thank Deputy Gation and all of the staff for making this transition without batting an eye. They are true professionals who've done great work to get me up to speed. And I've really enjoyed learning about all the irons they have in the fire to date. And it's my privilege as minister to set the course for the future. And that future is bright, Mr. Chair, because we have tremendous assets to work with and the leadership to use them to our best advantage. Of course, I'm talking about our abundance in natural resources. We're doing our share in the fight against climate change while also putting our natural resources to work. There's no magical switch to flip to get climate change goals or to solve poverty. The best solution to our cost of living crunch is a good paying job. And there are loads of good paying jobs in clean energy and the resource sectors. And let's remember what's at stake here. We're at a moment in time when we have the chance to transform the future for our children and grandchildren. We can create generational wealth for them, and we can raise everyone up. We need to move on these opportunities now, or people will leave. They say Nova Scotia's largest export is its people, and that ends now. We can keep our people here at home in good-paying jobs, creating a brighter future for everyone. We're already making great use of some of our natural resources for clean energy and all of the jobs and benefits that come with it. We're putting wind to work onshore and gearing up to put it to work offshore too. Our solar industry is booming. We're moving on green hydrogen. And while tidal has been a challenge, we're still working to harness the highest and strongest tides in the world. Let me spend a bit of time on these things because we're making important investments in these areas. We're making great strides to implement our Clean Power Plan. It outlines the path to get off coal and have 80% clean electricity by 2030. There are a lot of moving parts to reach these goals, and we're really seeing them come together. Last month, we announced the details of the Green Choice program. With new wind farms, it's adding 19% more clean electricity to the grid. It means large-scale customers like the province of Nova Scotia can get most of or all of their electricity from wind. And it means hundreds of jobs and millions in investment. That's in addition to the wind farms from our 2022 procurement that are being built now, and others that private developers are pursuing, because they see opportunity in Nova Scotia. They see opportunities to grow our economy, providing good-paying jobs for Nova Scotians, and also to be part of our clean energy transition, to partner with the Mi'kmaq, to invest in and build up our communities. We also have developers coming to the table for community solar. We launched this program, first project of our community solar program, in October. New Dawn Enterprises is now supplying clean electricity from its solar garden to residents of Pine Tree Park. More projects are in the works, and we want to support them all. That's why we invested $5.2 million in 2024-25 and another $5.3 million in 25-26 to help with capital costs. We've asked Net Zero Atlantic to use that money to set up a grant program, which is coming soon. We anticipate that we'll leverage north of $200 million in private capital investments. Nova Scotia is advancing two key projects that are part of our plan. One is putting 3 grid-scale batteries in place by 2026. They'll store excess energy from wind and solar for times when it's needed on the grid. That's one of the ways to keep the grid reliable as we incorporate clean energy. The other project is the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick intertie. It could help us become a net exporter of clean electricity, and it will add reliability with a stronger connection to New Brunswick. The project is well on its way with environmental assessment approval here in Nova Scotia. It's a good example of provinces working together and an opportunity for more trade between us in the energy sector. Another part of our clean power plan is electric vehicles. EVs are great for the environment, and they can help Nova Scotians save as much as $2,000 per year in fuel and maintenance costs. We now have more than 7,000 EVs and 8,700 e-bikes on the road, thanks in large part to our Electrify rebate program run for us by the Clean Foundation. In April of 2024, we launched a rebate program for medium and heavy-duty EVs like delivery vans and work trucks. And we're working with our partners to increase our fast charging network by the end of this year. Through Public Works, our government is investing $65 million in the new Mill Cove ferry service, and it includes 5 electric ferries and 2 net zero terminals. We're also investing in things like electric buses and active transportation projects in communities around the province. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the increased use of electric vehicles will also create economic development opportunities to mine lithium, among other critical minerals that are necessary to build these vehicles. And as we work to take the no out of Nova Scotia, it's important to remember that we want more electric vehicles while opposing extracting their necessary components right here in Nova Scotia is to ship out jobs to other places, often with fewer environmental standards, and to deprive our communities of economic opportunities that could improve Nova Scotians' lives and those of the next generation. Mr. Chair, all of these things help us move away from fossil fuels. And every step we take away from fossil fuels for electricity is a step towards stable power rates. We know this cost of living crunch is hard on Nova Scotians, and we know that energy poverty is real. And in my mind, there are 3 key things we need to help Nova Scotians with in terms of energy affordability. First is a person's ability to pay, and that comes down to a good-paying job. We're boosting good-paying jobs by encouraging development of our natural resources. The second is power rates, and we always stand up for ratepayers, Mr. Chair. And in addition to our clean electricity work, we've taken extraordinary steps to prevent large power rate increases. We're also modernizing the system to make it more accountable, transparent, and competitive, to make sure ratepayers always get the lowest cost options. The third is reducing people's use of electricity, and we're doing that through our efficiency programs. Mr. Chair, we've made historic investments totaling $250 million in efficiency programs since taking office in 2021. And that's leveraged millions more from the federal government. And that money continues to roll through Efficiency Nova Scotia. It's helping low-income households get free upgrades, including heat pumps and insulation and more. Middle-income households get larger rebates for the upgrades they invest in. Our efficiency programs are making a real difference. Half of Nova Scotian households now have heat pumps, and households are saving up to $1,500 a year on their energy bills. And there's help for businesses and communities too. In Budget 2025-26, we're investing $1.3 million to help them become more energy efficient. This money shows up in environment and climate change estimates as it flows to energy. $100,000 of that is to help farms install solar. And $1.2 million is for the Energy Managers program that Efficiency Nova Scotia runs for us. This program helps businesses and municipalities identify and implement projects to reduce energy use. The funding is through a multi-year agreement with the same amount every year from 23-24 to 26-27. And there's a lot more I could say about our efficiency programs. There's something for everyone in them. But I will leave that for now, as I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to share more during questions. Mr. Chair, the Clean Power Plan takes us to 2030. And of course, we have our eyes on net zero by 2050 as well. Offshore wind and green hydrogen are a couple of key opportunities to help us reach that goal. And these sectors are game changers for Nova Scotia. They are untapped opportunities that have the potential to drive generational economic success. Nova Scotia's offshore wind speeds are among the best in the world. They rival the winds of the North Sea, where the world's offshore wind sector started. And we have incredible opportunity here. That's why we set a goal of offering licenses for 5 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. We're planning for the first call of bids this year. And we want the world to know we are open for business. Not just for offshore wind, but also for green hydrogen. These sectors are tied very closely together. We anticipate high demand for clean electricity, for green hydrogen production, so developers know they can pursue offshore wind projects at a scale that makes it worth investing in. So we're nurturing the development of both of these sectors. They are key components to our plan to meet our 2050 climate change goals. We released the Green Hydrogen Action Plan in 2023, and we released the first 2 modules of the Offshore Wind Roadmap, and we're working on the 3rd for this spring. Through our Clean Fuels Fund, we're supporting businesses to replace traditional fossil fuels with cleaner fuels like hydrogen for heating, transportation, and industrial purposes. And we reached a key milestone last month when the Accord Acts were proclaimed. They create the federal and provincial regulatory foundation to make sure that this new sector is safe and responsible for the environment, for workers, and for other sectors working in the offshore. This brings us into a new era of offshore energy regulation, an era that brings untold new possibilities for clean energy and green jobs, not only in offshore energy, but also in the broader ocean tech sector. That's why we're investing $3 million this year for preparatory work to create a successful pathway to offshore wind development and harness the power of our offshore wind resources. I noted before that we've had challenges with tidal. It's a formidable endeavor to build a commercial tidal project in the world's highest and strongest tides. But Nova Scotians don't give up easily. We're just as formidable when we see an opportunity like this one. And we owe it to our future generations, our children and our grandchildren, to keep trying. There's still a case to pursue tidal. It's a massive natural resource. We have the cables in place to get energy to Nova Scotia homes. And we're home to some of the best marine researchers in the world. That makes us an excellent testing ground for the world's leading tidal technologies. That's why we're investing $500,000 in budget 25-26 for Force to support the tidal sector. This funding will help them continue operations at the site. It will help them advance key research initiatives and maintain science capacity. Force is uniquely positioned to continue advancing this sector and moving towards the day when the tide turns and we reap the benefits of this clean energy and all the green jobs that come with it. Mr. Chair, we're doing great things with lots of our natural resources. And it's time to move on some of the ones that we have under our feet. Previous governments made decisions based on fear rather than evidence or science. You know, the human body has 3 reactions in response to perceived threats or fear: fight, flight, or freeze. We can't allow fear to freeze us, Mr. Chair, and we're not going to run away. Those aren't options. We're going to fight for Nova Scotians. We're going to look at all opportunities to see what's possible with our natural resources. And if it's not safe, we won't do it. But we're not going to let fear freeze us from even trying. That's why we're lifting blanket bans that have prevented access to key ingredients for our transition to clean energy and prevented key industries from reaching their full potential. We're taking the no out of Nova Scotia and moving on our opportunities with natural gas and uranium. We are sitting on 7 trillion cubic feet of onshore natural gas in Nova Scotia. That's the equivalent of 3 Sable offshore energy projects. And based on our current levels of use, statistics would say that it would last Nova Scotia for up to 200 years. Exploration for this gas could bring in $100 million annually. Production could bring billions in royalties that would pay for schools, roads, hospitals, and more. Just think of what our estimates would look like if we had that money rolling in to support Nova Scotians. We also need natural gas as we move towards net zero by 2050. Along with grid-scale batteries, it will keep the electricity system reliable as we add more renewables. So we should be using our own natural gas rather than importing it from other places where they do hydraulic fracturing. Using our own resources for made in Nova Scotia solutions is how we create a path to prosperity. That's the path we're choosing. That keeps money here in our own economy and creates green jobs. It floats all boats, Mr. Chair. That is the bright, prosperous future I want for my children and for yours. That is the future that Nova Scotians deserve, and that's the future we're pursuing, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Now, according to the practice that is developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition and the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for your opening remarks, and thank you to all of the people behind you who and beside you who keep the department running and all of these programs running every day. I guess I want to start with energy affordability. Big surprise. So the Climate Action Plan set the goal of helping Nova Scotians save more than $180 million on their electric bills annually. Many Nova Scotians have seen their electricity bills increase, in some cases dramatically. So where are we with helping, or where is the government with helping people reduce their electricity bills? So that's a very broad question, and I'll dig down, but I'll allow you to begin.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And it is a bit broad, but I'm sure we'll break down a little bit about all of that. But I think we've had a couple of questions in question period where I've said we've made some significant and historic investments to protect ratepayers, and there's a couple of ways we've done that, and I think I'll highlight them here. But on a broad spectrum, we're always looking out for the best interest of ratepayers, and we always look for the lowest cost option possible. So, recently in the last couple of years, we've made significant investments. One of those was a $117 million investment to purchase fuel adjustment mechanism from Nova Scotia Power, which basically meant instead of having a 7% increase in power rates for residents and a 13% increase for commercial or industrial users, it was a 1.1% increase. Another one of those investments was the $500 million loan guarantee that we negotiated with the federal government. And so we've heard about a 2.4% increase that just happened a couple of weeks ago that was retroactive to January. And that would have been close to 20% increase without that investment. And so those would have been significant. And you're talking almost 30% increase that would have happened for residents of Nova Scotia without those endeavors. I can think of a couple of others, but as a government, we've also focused on what we can do for individuals. And so when you think of the programs that we have, and I've talked about these a couple of different times, we've talked about the HART program, and again, this is the heating assistance and rebate program, and the number was I think at $200 when we started as a government, and it's at $600 right now, and that's a $600 a year that Nova Scotians can use for heating. I think of the Your Energy rebate program, and that program supports all Nova Scotians, and it's about $144 million a year that we put into that program, and it supports close to 450,000 households, and that is basically the 10% taken off of your power bill that people have every year, or every couple of months. Sorry, I think of the heat program, the home energy assistance top-up program, and the province puts forth $800,000 a year to that program, and Nova Scotia Power puts $200,000, and it's done through the Salvation Army, and basically it's a $400 payment for people in emergency heating situations. I also think of the diversion funding that opportunities that for people basically really struggling. So this is a program of $980,000 that's given to 18 community organizations across the province to support those who are really struggling with their energy bills. One of the things that's really interesting about the Seniors Care Grant is that it's a program that can be utilized and tailored to the individual, so it can be used for a number of different things, including power bills. And so that program is $750 a year that Nova Scotians can use. So there's a significant amount of money that this government puts in and invests in supporting people with energy poverty. And I can think of the historic budget that we've put forward this year that talks about keeping more money in people's pockets, so reducing HST and looking at other income tax supports. So we're talking about ways of making sure we do what we can to support Nova Scotians, and I would say as a government we'll continue to look at what is the art of the possible.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North. Thank
you very much. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about a little bit of that. So first of all, my office in certain times of year is like packed with people who are applying for the Seniors Care Grant and the HARP and the heat and all of those things. I mean, these programs are not unknown to me and to the people that I work with and the people I work for. And the thing about them, I mean, they are helpful in the moment, but they're not addressing systemic issues around energy poverty. And so they help, they're Band-Aids at the moment, but we will see the same people every single year just cycle through and just apply for that extra money. And it's like that, what the Seniors Care Grant means is that there's a month, like when that money comes into the bank account, then that month they don't have to worry so much about their grocery bill or their power bill. And it does help in the moment. I would never say that it doesn't help, because any amount is better than no amount. But what I would love to see is a blue sky, is a sort of visionary, look at the actual issues. And the minister mentioned, the way out of poverty is a good job, and that is true to a certain extent. And I look forward to the jobs that are coming to Nova Scotia, but they're not coming, tomorrow. And so for the people who are struggling to pay their bill, tomorrow, and I literally mean tomorrow, like March 4th, what are we doing for them? And so obviously we've put a lot of time and energy, or the sector has, into the affordable energy report, the one that the Affordable Energy Coalition commissioned, the Energy Poverty Task Force. So Affordable Energy Coalition, government representatives, possibly people in this room were on that task force, Nova Scotia Power, Efficiency One, and the recommendations, the implementation of a universal service program consisting of on-bill credits, arrears management, crisis management, energy efficiency. I'm wondering if the department, I know you've looked at the report, but has the department produced a formal response to the final report of the Energy Poverty Task Force, and what decisions have been made? So I've asked it a couple of times in a question period, as the minister said, and I've heard the answers that the minister has just given, but I've also heard there'll be more to say. So when do we get to know what the digestion of that report is, and is the department going to be moving on any of those recommendations in terms of a universal service program?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. And in my opening remarks, I talked about kind of the three parts to energy affordability and energy poverty. And the three parts, I'll just kind of remind, it's like the cost of power. And so what we're doing, and I've talked about that, is like we're really trying to stabilize power rates. And so the goal is to get to a point where we're not seeing those fluctuations. So that means a big chunk of what we're talking about with those fluctuations right now is the cost of fuel for Nova Scotia Power. And so if we can reduce those costs fluctuating, then we stabilize rates. And that's why the wind is such a fantastic thing that we're looking at. So all of this that we're talking about getting not only greener, 80% renewables and greener, it's also about it becoming more affordable. It's about stabilizing that. So as we get to those 2080 or 2030 goals of 80% renewables, that's the underlying goal, is to get that affordability part, so that we're not worried about that rate increase because of something that's out of our control. So coal prices, a couple of years ago, went through the roof when the war in Ukraine started, and that created a real problem for people, industries that are, or electricity systems that are still on coal. And so all of this is about getting that cost down. The second component to it is how much electricity or how much energy are we using? And that's where this, the efficiency programs that are so important. So that $250 million as a government that we've committed to and that we've put forward since 2021 is really about that second part. It's about reducing the amount of energy that people consume. So if we get more insulation in attics and in walls and in basements, the amount of energy they're going to need is reduced, and so that is going to also reduce their costs. And so, we talk about $180 million being saved by residents over, every year. That's what we're talking about, is the energy efficiency savings. And the third, when we talk about the ability to pay, it really is about a good paying job is the best way to solve a cost of living crisis. And so, when I think about that, I can think of this is already happening. It's already happening in our energy sector. So you think of all of the solar installers, and you think of all the people doing the heat pumps across. I think it's somewhere, I think it's about 2,600 new jobs in the province because of these programs that we're offering. And so again, this is about saying we can create good-paying jobs across this province, from Yarmouth to Cape Breton, will help with that ability to pay. And as we grow our green economy, and as we look at all of these opportunities that we have with our natural resources, the potential is great. And when we talk about that energy poverty task force, there was kind of 4 pillars to it in the report. One was about, and looking at the Ontario model, and one was about reducing bills by 50%. And I think we already have programs that help in that sense. They try to reduce the costs and the bills. And the HARP program would fit in that. The Seniors Care program would fit in that. The Europe program and the tax relief we've talked about in our historic budget. The second one is about expanding energy relief, or emergency relief. And I think of the diversion program that we have. I think of the heat program through the Salvation Army that we have, and I think of something like the energy repair program that we have that also is about supporting them in a time of need. If there's an emergency that happens, that that we can help with repairs to make sure they have what they, an individual has what they need. The third was about partial forgiveness for arrears payments, and Nova Scotia Power does have a program where they try to work with people. As all of our constituency offices, I think, have had conversations with Nova Scotia Power about that. So we have some of that in what we do here in Nova Scotia. And then the energy efficiency programs, and I think I've highlighted a little bit of that just a minute ago, but I think we have one of the best in the country in terms of energy efficiency programs. And so we are meeting some of what the Energy Task Force or the Energy Poverty Task Force was looking at. With all of that in mind, it's about understanding how something like the Ontario model would fit with this suite of programs. So how does it interact with it? What do we need to do? Like, we have to continue to, we are still looking at it. And we would look to say, how does it mix with what we've already got? What do you have to give up, or what do you have to move to be able to do what it is that is being suggested? But we will continue to look at that and try to come up with a solution that is made in Nova Scotia that's the best for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am no stranger, as most people know in this room, to efficiency programs. I use them a lot in my own house. Big fan. We know that efficiency and demand-side management is the cheapest, actually, way to green our grid because it makes the most sense for people. For the 43% of people, 43% of households in Nova Scotia right now who are living in energy poverty, that's a huge percentage. And then there are the households that might not qualify for the definition of energy poverty, but who are really struggling to make ends meet, with all of the different demands on them right now. Yes, and I was really hoping to see in this budget a big injection of funding into the efficiency programs because, yes, all of those programs are working really well, but we also know that it's a huge amount of time to wait because we do not have the people to do all of the work. Where, my heat pump guy, who I love, and he's amazing. He's like a one-man band right now, and he's got a client list and a he I don't even understand how he shows up when I ask him if I have an issue or whatever. Like, it's amazing, and I've heard from lots of people that they're waiting 6 months. Clients that come into my constituency office who are very low-income people who have qualified for the home warming program are getting like major upgrades done on their homes, which is awesome. They were going to be looking at 6 and 7 months. And shout out, by the way, to Efficiency Nova Scotia and some of their organizations that they work with. But they managed to actually prioritize a woman in Dartmouth North who was living in her home with a space heater in the coldest months of the year because her furnace had cacked out, and what could she do? She had zero money to replace the furnace and had been approved for all these upgrades, but was going to be a 7-month wait. So I guess my question is, what is the new money in the budget this year for new money, not so more than the status quo, but any new money increases in efficiency programs. And that would include, I would say, money which may not be in your estimate, but maybe in advanced education, but to train more people to do the work like energy assessing or energy efficiency assessment, and then the solar and the insulation and the blah, 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 like all the different trades that are necessary to actually make this work. I think that I would love to see us investing smartly in this and making sure that that is where we're prioritizing our greening. I'm a big fan of wind, a big fan of solar, I'm a big fan of all that, Minister, you know that. But I do think, to be super smart about this, we should be prioritizing. So I guess I have a B question, but I'll let you answer that. So basically, what is the new money for efficiency programs, including training for energy efficiency assessment officers and the tradespeople to do the work?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. And when you have great programming in terms of efficiency programming, sometimes you create that demand, that significant demand. And I think if my numbers are correct, it's about an 8-fold increase in the amount of people looking at efficiency programming. So if you can imagine, when you're ramping up 8-fold, it's about, okay, how do we get the workforce that we need to actually do all the work? And that's why we've seen delays, and I think all constituency offices have kind of gotten those calls saying this is taking longer than we would like. And I've had a good chat with Efficiency Nova Scotia, and we talked about kind of the things we hear at our constituency offices, but also about all the great work that they are doing, and want them to continue to work. Just in terms of budget, this year's budgeting, there's an increase of $4.6 million for the clean energy off oil. So that is in relation to, again, the supports for low-income people to get heat pumps. So there's an increase of $4.6 million there. There's $1.46 million in implementing the new building codes. So that is about, like, basically with all of the new building codes coming in, there's energy efficiency components to that. It's about supporting people, supporting the training of kind of the inspectors who would look at that to make sure that as new homes are following the new guidelines, the new building codes, that they meet those requirements. We talked about it a little bit in my opening remarks, but $1.1 million that's transferred from environment and climate change to help train the workforce in these programs, so that there is some money there as well. And the department has flagged kind of with the apprenticeship agency about the need for more workers because of this increase in demand. And so there have been conversations about supporting kind of training of more individuals to, and even through the apprenticeship program, maybe not through, the normal routes, but trying to get that workforce up to speed. And as I kind of highlighted in a couple of questions back, I talked about that increase in the number of green jobs that we've had, and it's still going to continue to expand as these programs continue to be put forward. So
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Well, it's good to see some new money there. That's good. I wonder if, Nova Scotia has fallen in its rating by Efficiency Canada. It used to be really top in energy efficiency. Then it was third. Now it's fifth. And one of the things it talks about one of the things Efficiency Canada talks about in their report this year is the opportunity of the building codes. You mentioned the building codes, and I know that you've finally adopted the building codes for 2020. Is that correct? But we have homes being built in Nova Scotia right now that they've got natural gas rough-ins and or new communities that are roughing in natural gas, and it just seems shocking to me at this point, and I know you've talked a lot about natural gas, but we shouldn't be prioritizing natural gas, a fossil fuel, as a primary source of heat for new buildings. And so I'm wondering if New Brunswick and PEI have already committed to making buildings completely net zero energy ready by 2030. I'm wondering if the province has that as a goal in mind, or if it does already and I've missed that, then where are we on the path to that, to achieving it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I think it's about, as a department and as a government, it's about setting priorities and figuring out what do you want to achieve over the next little while. And the big focus has been obviously about getting off coal, because coal is what has been driving our greenhouse gas emissions. It's been, so a big focus of what we're doing is about that getting to 80% renewables and off coal by 2030. So as a department, we've focused on that. But we've also set the goal of getting to those 2020 standards, right? So building code standards. And as someone who's built a garage but hasn't built a house yet, but I'm working on it, I'm looking at what are those, and how do I get to those? And so, when I was putting electrical into my house, it's about I put an electric charger in right off the get-go, so that I have that there, even though it's not a code, and I don't have a fully electric car yet, but it was about saying, how do I think about what I want this to be? And I think Nova Scotians are wrapping their heads around that because of the programming that we have and the education that's going on out there. But yeah, like I say, our focus has been on decarbonizing the grid, following those 2020 building codes, and supporting people in the efficiency programs that we have available right now. So upgrading and retrofitting houses in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Well, I accept that answer, but I just think we could do both, because the building codes don't require anything necessarily. I mean, you did say that there was some investment in training for the new building codes and that kind of thing, but I mean, ultimately that's the government making a smart policy that than other people, like i.e. builders and home builders and developers need to deal with. And you know, that is, you can do those, you can meet those energy efficiency standards with basically with the same amount of money. You know, it doesn't cost any more or very little more to make those new builds as energy efficient as possible. So I just put that out there. It doesn't cost us any money. It requires something from our developers, but it doesn't require that much, because my understanding is that, you know, the price is not that much different. I'm going to go back to just some of the stuff that happened last year with the Energy Reform Act. Just checking the time. So last spring, the government passed the legislation that, amongst other things, required the creation of the new energy board to regulate electricity, natural gas, pipelines, retail gasoline and energy projects, notably with a new sustainability mandate. Can the minister tell us if the board has been established yet?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. And yeah, so that work is well on its way. Like in April 1st, the new board will be up and running, full swing, and absolutely sustainability is part of their mandate.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Okay, April 1st. Great. And the legislation also required a new Nova Scotia independent electricity system operator to be created with the intention of removing this operation from within Nova Scotia Power, who currently have responsibility for system operations, which includes long-term system planning, grid connection, daily operations, and load planning. Can the minister provide us an update of where we are with this transition?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And yes, so, you know, that's full steam ahead as well. The IESO, the Independent Energy System Operator, the board was just announced on February 19th, and they had their first meeting last week. And so now it's about kind of getting kind of bylaws and getting kind of that stuff kind of going and hiring a CEO. But they're going to be meeting again face to face, I think, sometime this month for a couple of days to kind of get that going. But yeah, it's very exciting times and moving towards the opportunity of removing that system operations side from Nova Scotia Power and having an independent body look at it and identify the priorities, whether it's procurement and that sort of thing. So very exciting times to see this coming to fruition.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So I know that in certain provinces in Atlantic Canada, there is a move toward completely electrifying school bus fleets. I think this is a really exciting opportunity to reduce greenhouse gases, but also to eliminate a lot of the emissions that cause, pulmonary and respiratory diseases in children in particular. Also, we know that bus drivers suffer from a higher rate of hearing loss than people not driving school buses. And I'm wondering if Nova Scotia is planning or has a plan to electrify our school bus fleet.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And so we are part of the maritime group that's looking at electrifying our buses, and so we're working with regional centers of excellence across the province to kind of support and understand how we move forward with that. There is a little bit of a complicated part in Nova Scotia in that HRM, or in the Halifax region, the school boards or the RCEs don't own their school buses, and so there's it's a bit more complicated here. But my understanding is that we are part of that, and we are moving towards that. So we'll be working with centers of excellence across the province to see that unfold.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
And do you have a timeline for that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So it's kind of like the RCEs, as they replenish their fleet. So it will take time to kind of get through it, but it's as they're replacing kind of buses, that's the objective, is they're encouraged to look at that, and as the funding is available for them to purchase buses, that will dictate the timeline of how we get 100% there. But I'd also like to kind of just highlight the point that Public Works is looking at how do we green our fleets as our trucks for the province as well. So not only are we looking at school buses, but we're also looking at it province-wide as how do we look at greening our fleet of vehicles as well.
Recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Well, that's disappointing. I think, again, this is one of these things. It's like it might be expensive, and I'm sure we don't quite have the charging infrastructure, but that's coming, especially when we begin to mine our own lithium. $126 million are spent in the Atlantic in Atlantic Canada alone on health-related issues or health issues that are related to breathing in exhaust, like those kinds of emissions. So asthma, bronchitis, heart conditions, anxiety, cancers, cognitive issues. And so it just feels like, feels like a shift in priorities that makes complete sense. So, and I get the as your buses wear out or whatever, but I bet you there's a market for diesel buses somewhere else. And it just feels like one of these things that we could be leaders in Nova Scotia, like putting the yes in Nova Scotia, although that's not a good, rhyme. For the health and wellness of our kids, our communities, and our bus drivers who get our kids to school back and forth each day safely. And so I feel like, where there's a will, there's a way, and there has to be a will. So I leave that with you, Minister. I look forward to asking you about that next year. So, but also, is there any money in the budget this year for? Because you did mention in your comment just now, you said, as money comes available. So, is there any money in the budget this year for electric school buses?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. So that budget would come through education, not through energy department. So it would be basically they'd get a budget for buses, and that's where that money would come through, not through our department.
Okay.
Nope. I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Okay, going back to green hydrogen, and hydrogen and wind in general. How does the department plan to ensure that wind energy is prioritized for our domestic use and not for export? Not to say that we shouldn't export, but just making sure that we have enough wind energy or that, that our grid is being supplied before we start to export. What work is being done to make sure that that happens?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. So it's about, we're well on our way to our 80% renewables by 2030, and that's really about utilizing wind to the best of our ability. I've already talked about wind being kind of the cheapest available fuel for power here in the province, and so wherever we have an opportunity to use it, we're certainly looking at that. So it's about doing both when we're talking about it. It's not about one or the other. So if you can imagine, you can't have all wind because sometimes it's not windy. So you need other resources as well. But just for for your information, with the Green Choice program, the price was about $63.62 per megawatt hour, and coal is about $90 to $110 dollars per megawatt hour. So it's significantly cheaper. And so there's not only is it about advantage about getting green, it's also about cheaper, stable rates of fuel for us. So yeah, we can do that, and at the same time be a net exporter because it's about generating that economic benefit with it. So it's about utilizing our natural resources to their full potential. And so we've got a lot of wind. I think everybody would say that here in Nova Scotia, we're pretty good with our wind onshore, and we have even better winds offshore. And so how do we look at these opportunities and say, let's do what's best for us, but let's do it for everybody else too. So I don't think it's I think we're well on our way to doing it for ourselves. And moving in a really good direction to getting it to be able to be used as electrons going through the intertie in Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia to New Brunswick, or as a different way through green hydrogen and ammonia that is shipped to our neighbors or our friends in Europe. So lots of opportunity.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And it was in the news a while back, but there was some talk of infrastructure being improved, like road infrastructure and that kind of thing, to allow the well, I don't know if it was to allow green hydrogen production, but definitely to allow wind production. Or so I'm wondering, there has been infrastructure. Oh yeah, wind to be exported. So can the minister talk about what those infrastructure projects have been? Have there been roads, bridges? Is there a list that can be provided of work that the province has done to allow or to enable, I guess is a better word, offshore wind exportation? Is that a word? Exportation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Yes, so some of those infrastructure upgrades would have been done through Public Works, and we can try to get a list. But I can give you an example of just recently, and it might have been the announcement you're talking about. But in Mulgrave, there was an announcement of $750,000 for it was a bridge from basically where you would land onshore wind turbines to be able to transport along the highway to get to where they need to go. So there was an investment through, I think it would be through growth and development, not through us, but it was $750,000 for that. And so, you know, we're as a government, we're going to look at what are the opportunities we have to support these growing industries, and a lot of it will require the industry to make some investments. And you've seen, you know, some green hydrogen companies make significant investments. I know there's a couple of tugs coming to the Strait of Canso for one of those industries. So like they're doing some investment as well, and the federal government has been very supportive in terms of this industry, and so they're saying where do we have a position. So we're all aligned, we're all understanding, you know, as these opportunities emerge offshore and with green hydrogen, you know, look at our infrastructure needs, whether it's ports or transportation or transmission lines, and how do we support that as best we can. So we're very motivated.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the minister mentioned, you know, we're well on our way to meeting our 80% renewables by 2030. That's the goal, right? So the Climate Action Plan notes that by 2026, next year, 70% of electricity will come from renewable sources. So when you say we're well on our way, what is the percentage currently coming from renewable sources? Is the government still on track to meet the 2026 goal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And you know, with anything of this scale of trying to get to a certain target, and as I said, we're well on our way for our 2030 goal of getting to 80%. What I would say is we were at 43% last year, and that's up, you know, from 20% a couple of years ago. But we had rate-based procurement, which were wind projects that were approved prior to my the Department of Energy coming back, and we're seeing, you know, components of wind turbines being brought onshore. So that in itself could be another 10%. So that gets us to 53. And then the Green Choice Program and what's called Goose Harbor Lake, which is the Port Hawkesbury paper wind, that will add 19 and 5% respectively. But some of those might be closer to 2027, 2028. So what we're expecting is by the end of 2028 to be at 78%. You know, you're moving significant numbers of turbines and components and getting that up and running. But that is really where we envision getting to by the end of 2028.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Is there anything built into the Clean Power Plan, given that, to account for potential delays due to labor shortages or supply challenges, especially now as we're looking at this new world order? How is this factored into the 2030 timeline of achieving 80%? Is there a contingency plan if things go out of control?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. That's kind of what I was talking about. Some of these reasons we're not, we might not get to 70% by 2060 is those supply chain issues. But as we're moving forward and getting closer to that timeline, we're seeing the potential. So what we're saying is, based on what we think the supply chain issues will be, and based on, equipment getting delivered and all of that, we still fully expect to get to that 80% renewable by 2030, and so that's taking that into account. Is what I would say.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North with 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had another question about that, but I can't remember now. What impact do you anticipate labor and supply challenges and inflationary pressure will have on project costs and eventual customer rates? For the wind projects that have been announced, for example, has the anticipated customer savings changed yet, or do you anticipate that they could change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. So yes and no. So right now, we haven't seen those, increases coming with inflation and that sort of thing. We to this point. But what I would say with the potential tariffs and with the threats of tariffs, like the cost of steel and other equipment, you have to kind of factor that in and see how that will impact. But with all that being said, we're working, having conversations with our colleagues across departments, but also, with industry to understand what those could and potentially be. As technology also, wind wasn't cheaper than coal 20 years ago. And so as technology advances, sometimes you'll see costs go down. The price of solar panels, for example, when you put them on, so as technology advances and you're producing more, costs can come down. But you also have to look at, here we have risks of tariffs and other things. So we have to keep those in mind when we're looking at how this is all going to shape up. So we're focused on it. We understand that is a risk, but as I said, it's still cheaper than what we're using now with coal. So
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The EcoShift pilot project points to the potential of smaller scale behind-the-meter solutions, yet recent wind procurements in Nova Scotia remain focused on the large-scale utility-driven projects. Other Atlantic provinces, like New Brunswick's locally owned renewable energy projects that are small-scale, LORAS, and Prince Edward Island's expanded net metering policy have begun enabling community and municipal groups to develop their own renewable projects. What is, can the minister talk about the government's plan to introduce similar projects or programs, here in Nova Scotia? Is there money in this year's budget for anything to do with smaller scale programs? And will the government require Nova Scotia Power to propose a plan that actively promotes these local scale renewables rather than defaulting solely to utility-owned or large-scale developments? That's a massive question. Sorry about that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. And so, you know, one of the programs I would highlight is the community solar program that we have, and you know, there's been applications in, and we've committed $5.2 million to it this year. That's part of our budget, and we've had one example of that. I think it's a 0.5 megawatt solar garden that I mentioned in my opening remarks, just with New Dawn Enterprises. So that would be an example of one, and we've got communities, and it could be municipalities, First Nations, nonprofits that can apply through that community solar program to get support in that way. We have focused a lot on large wind because small wind projects aren't very competitive in terms of the cost to put them together, and then what do you get out of it? So that's why there's been a larger focus on that, and those are through kind of independent power producers, not necessarily through Nova Scotia Power. And what I would say is ECC, so through Environment, the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund is another fund that is an opportunity for organizations to look at for support as well. And I think we see continued growth of net metering and commercial net metering as well. That's going on through some of these programs that we're talking about. So as an individual with a community solar program, for example, you can apply to be part of it, and you get 2 cents off a kilowatt hour for that as a resident.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North with 4 minutes.
I guess the answer, or the part of the answer, or the question that I didn't hear was about the government requiring Nova Scotia Power to propose a plan to actively promote small-scale initiatives. Is there anything in your discussions with Nova Scotia Power that would address that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. So with that new independent energy system operator, they will be looking at the procurement side of energy on the system, and so that'll be something that they will be kind of looking at overall, is what are we procuring in terms of opportunities for grid.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North with 3 minutes.
So just gonna, thank you, Mr. Chair, gonna ask a couple more questions about the climate plan stuff. I do have questions about the solar gardens, but next round, I guess. In the climate plan, there's recommendation 29 was to ban oil source heat in new builds by 2025. I was sort of referring to this earlier when I was talking about the communities being roughed in with natural gas. So are we still looking at that as a recommendation that we want to meet? So that's this year. Why is it taking so long, and will we meet the target for this year to ban those builds? Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North with, my apologies, getting ahead of myself. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. So that would be through environment and climate change. And so what I can say is that I'll bring this question to him, and maybe we can get you an answer on that.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Dartmouth North with 50 seconds. 5-0.
50 seconds? All right, I can probably use those. This is an honest-to-God real question. I honestly don't know the answer to this. Not that I knew the answers to anything else, but is uranium used in any, do batteries use uranium, or do they just use lithium?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy with 14 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I don't have that answer either. I don't think it would be used for batteries. I think lithium is, but I don't pretend to have that. That would be
Order. So the time allotted to the NDP caucus has expired, and I now turn to the Liberal caucus and recognize the Honourable Member from Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for being here this evening and all the staff. Just a few questions. I'll start with fracking, high-volume hydraulic fracturing in shale. I note that the Minister mentioned that this is an opportunity of billions of dollars of revenue. And I'd just like to ask the Minister first, where does he get these projections? Obviously, you don't see it in this budget or in the future years in any budget line, which I wouldn't expect to. These projects take time, but how long will the province see this billions of dollars of revenue flowing in, and what's the analysis, and when do these projects, when does the Minister believe these projects will actually start to see these billions of dollars of revenue flowing into the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And so a lot of what we're basing, the idea of billions or in revenue, it's based on kind of the onshore atlas that was created in 2017, basically outlining we have 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas under our feet. And we recognize that there's no projections for this year or short term because it will take some time. And we're essentially starting from zero, right? So since the ban was put in place, we really haven't had any kind of industry in the area to kind of say, hey, this is how we're going to work this out. And so really, we're really starting from zero. But if you extrapolate from what's been done with offshore wind, there was they produced 2.5 trillion cubic feet of gas on the offshore, and that resulted in $4 billion in payments and $80 million in research, and so you kind of extrapolate that way. But there's a process that's going to take into account to identify how those royalties shape up on the onshore and how much effort and work it is to extrapolate or to explore for natural gas. So it will take some time to develop, but these are based on what we have underground here now.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, just trying to figure out exactly what time frame in terms of an estimate of what year the minister is expecting some of these projects to break ground and maybe start to see some of the actual work happening and some of the economic benefits materializing. So, and I asked that with some skepticism. That we had coal bed methane totally legal throughout this whole time. It is today, and that was talked about back in 2017, and we're just seeing some news. I think they had their approval in 2021, but there really wasn't any legislation that was holding back coal bed methane. I would actually further think that there wasn't a ton of legislation that was holding back hydraulic fracturing when we had a Premier, Steve McNeil, who had said if there was a community that endorsed high volume hydraulic fracturing in their neighborhood, that we'd have the conversation, is what he said. I remember listening to him as a regulator myself at the time, and I really just didn't hear a lot of interest, whether that's market conditions or otherwise. But I just want to ask the question, first of all, when do we see this really starting to hit the pavement? Like, when do we see this work underway? And is the minister comfortable that if it is 7 to 10 years out, which experts are saying, if the minister is really comfortable with natural gas development starting in 2035, just over a decade before the province is supposed to be net zero, and how do you line up that goal of net zero and just starting the infrastructure development a decade before that goal is supposed to be met?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I remember 2014 pretty well. I was a town councillor in the town of Port Hawkesbury, and a few years before that, our pulp mill and our paper mill was shut down, and New Page had went out of business, and as I was actually the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce at the time when that happened, and wasn't a councillor at that time, but as a business community, we sat around and we talked about, like, what are we going to do? This is our largest employer that's impacting hundreds of families. What are we going to do as a community? And it was right around that time, I think, too, the request for I guess it's the One Nova Scotia report, the Ivany report, that was in 2014 as well. And so, you know, I'll go back to kind of the paper mill just for a second, because it'll get to where I'm going. But that, you know, I remember, you know, there was a negotiations going on with the Stern Group at that time, and it was the NDP government. It was Darrell Dexter, who they were going through this negotiation, and everything seemed to be moving in a direction. And I was campaigning, door knocking to run for town council, and I remember knocking on a door, and somebody said to me, "The deal's off. There's no, you know, Stern's walking away, and there's no deal." And so the next day we get together as a group of business owners, and we say, what are we going to do for our community? And we talked about, you know, it's too bad we're talking about this after a crisis, after something's happened. And a few hours later, the premier at the time came to a deal with Port Hawkesbury Paper, or the Stern Group at that time. And so, but we kept talking about what's the art of the possible. We can't let this happen again. We can't have a time where we're going to be reliant on one industry or one thing to see that our group, that, you know, the Strait area grow. And that gets me to 2014, when the One Nova Scotia report came out, and that was, I think, in February. And it was talking about the potential and how we have to draw it, you know, like we have to be, you know, masters of our own destiny kind of thing. Like we, you know, as a province, we have to kind of rally around that and see what the art of the possible is. And 4 or 5 months later, the Wheeler report comes out, and the Wheeler report, to a group of, you know, a number of us, we were excited to see what's this going to come out with, what is the objective of this, and when it came out, it basically said, we're not recommending a ban, we're not recommending a plebiscite, we're recommending a slow approach to natural gas extraction through hydraulic fracturing. And so, but 3 days later, we have a minister announce, you know, that's not what we're going to do. And what I'm saying this for is, it's about attitude. It's about what you're portraying to the public and to the industry. And you know, there's a group that are motivated to look at what the art of the possible is. And I think our government is part of that group. It's saying, what can we do? What can we do safely? What can we do responsibly? You know, looking at the potential. And when we talk about what's under the ground here, or what's offshore as well, there's significant potential for natural gas. And when we talk about our net zero goals of 2050, it's, you know, it will be an important component to getting to that, right? We have to get off coal. We have to get off things that are more carbon emitting, and utilizing things that are a little less carbon emitting. And right now in Nova Scotia, we import 100% of our natural gas, and it's coming from places that typically hydraulically fracture. And when that's happening there, they're doing it in a responsible way. I think things have shifted in 10 or 12 years, and yes, we understand what the risks are a bit better, but we also understand what the mitigations are as well. And so how do we do it in an appropriate way? How do we do it in a responsible way? And that is what we have to do here. So as we're moving forward and we're saying, yes, Nova Scotia is open for business, we look at how do we do it safely and responsibly, and how do we do it in a way that not only supports the economic benefit of Nova Scotians, but also in a responsible way. And why I'm kind of talking about that is it will take a bit of time, and and it will be driven a little bit by industry and their desire to move forward. And so when we talk about nobody looking at coal bed methane, it's not because we didn't have it, and it's not because there's an interest in it. It's because of the attitude that we present. And sometimes it's less about what's there, and it's about, well, am I going to get a warm welcome? Am I going to get supported? Am I going to have, and if an industry doesn't feel that, there are other places they can go. But that also means we're losing that economic opportunity with it. And so I would say it will in large be timed based on, us getting up to speed on what best practices are, what regulatory regimes are required for what we have here, and understanding the mitigating components. But it'll also be a sign of how interested industry is. And since the Premier has announced that we're open for business, we've had I would say there's a bit of buzz in the industry saying, okay, the attitude has changed. And so there's inquiries, and I don't think it's like they're calling to start tomorrow, but I think they're saying, okay, we're seeing something here. And I've had others reach out saying, hey, there's other technologies as well. And so what is the art of the possible? I think it's a disservice if we don't look at what that is. But I would say we want to do it in a responsible way that supports Nova Scotians, not only economically, but with making sure we do what's best to make sure that they aren't harmed in any way that we can help.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if the minister caught the author of that report, Mr. Wheeler's comments that this is actually a distraction from some of the other good work that the government is working on. There's a lot of talk of special interests getting in the way. I think the minister intimated that some of that might be happening in our province, and the attitude of Nova Scotians, and some, obviously, MLAs are getting letters from organizations that have, I think, some credibility to speak to issues related to the environment and health, general health of people. And I'll ask a question. Does the minister believe the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment is a special interest group, and anyone else that has any questions related to resource development? Or is it the minister's belief that people that write these letters that represent organizations, that they are special interest groups?
I recognize, excuse me, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. And I think my colleagues, have gotten to know me fairly well and know the type of person I am, and I'm a collaborator by trade. That's how I would put myself. I've always been interested in making sure I can work well with people, even when I don't agree with a perspective. And that's always been I think a strength of mine is that I always try to put myself in someone else's position. I always try to look at things not only from the side that I see it, but from the side that they're coming from. And I think that that's important when we're talking about things like this. And so I'm very open to engaging with people from all walks of life to understand where they are in relation to this. And some of it is about education. Some of it is about understanding why somebody feels that way. Some of it is about me being educated into why they feel that way. And so I took that letter from the Canadian Associations of Physicians for the Environment very seriously, and I read through it, and I looked at kind of the articles, and I actually pulled out their articles and read. It's been a while since I've been in chiropractic college where I had to justify anything I did based on the research. And so I went through kind of the research, and I looked, and I'm just going to use an example of one because it's I think it just highlights how I look at things, and I think I'll talk about how medicine and healthcare looks at issues, because you always look at the risk benefit, and that's where my brain goes, is what's the benefit, what's the risk, how do we mitigate risk? And I'm going to talk a bit about that. And so when I researched the articles, one of them was a JAMA Pediatrics, and I can table this, Chair. It's the association between residential proximity to hydraulic fracturing sites and adverse birth outcomes. So went through it with a fine-tooth comb and looked at it. And when you look at it, it's always retrospective. They look at it after the fact and they say, okay, this is what we believe based on, putting data on top of data. And I'm just going to read what it says in the results. And it says, the risk of spontaneous preterm birth and small for gestational age were significantly increased with those with more than 100 wells within 10 kilometers. And when I read what the physicians had said, it did say increased risk of spontaneous preterm birth and low birth weights for pregnancies within 10 kilometers. It didn't identify the number of wells per 10 kilometers. There's no statistical significance with anything under 100 wells within that 10-kilometer radius. So what it means to me is there's ways of mitigating. There's ways of looking at a risk factor and saying, okay, how do we determine if that risk factor can be mitigated, or can we look at best practices to say, okay, maybe we have 10 wells per 10-kilometer radius, and that reduces risk. But it comes to the point of, how do we look at risk versus benefit? And that's how I always look at things. And so are there risks that can be mitigated? And I did listen to that conversation on CBC radio with Dr. Wheeler about his report. And he did say, like what you said, but he also said the health and environmental concerns can be mitigated. He did say that in that as well, because he said that in his report in 2014. And those things, so it's about looking at it from that whole perspective. And I'm very open to having conversations to understand how people have like how the concerns come about, and how do we mitigate them. And if we can't do something safely, then we shouldn't. But if we can mitigate and we can monitor, and that's how I think healthcare works, right? When somebody comes into my office and I do an initial exam, and I look at, you do a history taking, and then you do an exam, and then you give a report of findings. But you always talk about the risks and benefits of, should you be seeing me, or should you see someone else for this, or should you do something different, or we're going to try this for 3 treatments, and if it doesn't work, we're going to... And all of that comes back to the way that I think. And it's about saying, okay, if we have an opportunity to mitigate, how do we do it, and how do we monitor that to make sure that we're doing what we say we're going to do and be safe about it? And I would say that'll always be how I think. And if people can give me information that helps me understand, I'm going to look into it. And I'm going to say, okay, let me understand the risks and benefits. Right now, we're importing 100% of it. And it's being done in other places well. I think there were 4,700 wells drilled in Canada last year, 80% of them hydraulically fractured. Could it be done here safely? That's the question. And I'd say, as we move forward, we look at the opportunity. We say, can this be done safely? Let's monitor it as we do it, and then we build those best case, or the best practices as we do, because the geology is probably different here than it is out west, and it's probably different than in Pennsylvania. And I would say we have to take that all into account. But to say no and not even try and not even look at it and say this can't happen, I would say that I just want to understand. And so that is always my approach. And it goes back to what I was talking about in 2014 and in 2012 when the paper, it's like, what is the art of the possible? What do we need to do to grow our economy? Because we also know that poverty is related to poor health outcomes. And so we know that is with all of these things, can you say cause? I'm not sure you can, but you can say there's a relationship. And so how do we do it in a way that is responsible and respectful and appropriate? And that is always my approach, and that will continue to be my approach.
Before I go to, before I move on, I just would like to say to the minister, any reports you read from, you can table them at the end. There's no requirement to do it now. So I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the answer. It is a distinction from what the official government response and the Premier's words were when it was basically like, this is happening. It's not about a conversation that we should be exploring with communities and just not saying no to things. This is basically everything's on the table, full speed ahead. But I do appreciate a bit more of a thoughtful response from the minister that there's an opportunity worth exploring. My understanding is all the legislation does is really remove the community consultation part and engaging communities before hydraulic fracturing can actually take place. Maybe the minister can clarify that. But we really didn't have, before 2014, a huge influx of companies coming in wanting to frack all over the place and get billions and billions of dollars into our revenue. So the minister's contention is he was sitting in Port Hawkesbury in 2014. This crushing news came down that we're not able to see this massive economic opportunity anymore, and maybe there's shale availability in Port Hawkesbury that I'm unaware of, but my understanding is it's limited to certain regions in the province, in the Pictou County area and Cumberland area, and some of these areas that have been drilled, fractured for decades. There's a timeline that goes back several decades of companies coming in and fracturing with nitrogen before, and I think it goes back even to like in some cases 100 years ago when they started to look to see what our economic opportunity is. And I'm not saying that there won't be any opportunity, but I'm highly skeptical that this is going to be our economic savior. I don't mind saying that on the record, but I do appreciate the minister's more collaborative tone. He didn't answer the question directly whether or not the association and others are a special interest group, just that he researched it, and I think that shows a little bit more respect than just labeling anybody who has questions as special interest groups. There's a lot of people that want to just simply know what's happening and know that a bill is coming forward, so that they have an opportunity to engage even before the bill's drafted and brought to the House. So what is changed from a regulatory perspective with fracturing? Like, there's an environmental assessment. I'm well aware with the comments the minister talked about. I signed off on many environmental assessments. It's about mitigating the impacts to human health. All industrial activity, driving a car has an impact. But right now there's an environmental assessment, Class 1 or Class 2, and then there's an industrial approval. Is there anything changing to speed these things up, or what is it that's going to induce these companies to get going fast and make it happen in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I would say, I go back to the attitude of government and what has initiated interest from not just, I wouldn't say just on hydraulic fracturing, but the interest in the potential for our natural assets or our natural resources or our natural advantages, whatever you want to call them. But like it's the message to industry, it's the message to the people of Nova Scotia, it's the message to the people who've moved away from Nova Scotia for work or whatever you want to say. It's about saying we are open for business. We're open to look at what's the art of the possible. And in terms of the regulatory regime, or in terms of what's going to change there, I think from our standpoint, it's about understanding we've had 10 years where whether the ban was specific and said it's banned, or it's the intent, it's how industry feels about it. So we haven't had 10 years to look at what are best practices, what are the regulatory regimes that allow it to be successful and done in a safe and appropriate way. In terms of the industrial approvals, environmental assessments, all of that, I think that's more geared towards environment and climate change. But we'll look at the regulatory regimes and say, like, what's happening in other jurisdictions that support safe and appropriate development. What are the best practices that are being done in these places, and industry will understand that they're playing in that same sandbox. They're playing in that sandbox that they have in other jurisdictions that are doing the same thing. So I think it's a little bit about the attitude. It's the open for business attitude makes a difference, but getting to the environmental assessments and the industrial approvals, I would say, that's more of an environment and climate change conversation.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did ask the Minister of Environment, but wasn't able to get any answers that are clear on what actually will change from a regulatory perspective that will draw in these companies. But I think I spent enough time on fracking. I'll ask a question around power rates and our phase out of coal. So I'll start with the governing party's promise to limit power rate increases to the national average. Is the government looking to do this in the fiscal year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite, and always at the forefront of any decision we make with respect to power in this province is with the best interest of ratepayers in mind. And we've done a number of different initiatives to support ratepayers, but with respect to this power rate commitment, we're still very much committed to looking at what that means, and we're digging into understanding that better and understanding what are the tools in our toolbox to get us there and do it. So our goal is to come up with a couple of different options and understand which one supports ratepayers best and move forward with that. So don't have a timeline in terms of weeks or months, but we're very, the department is looking at what that really does mean and to move as quickly as we can to support Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the government has taken various efforts to freeze rates and limit the increases at the UARB. But one of the pressures that is causing power bills to go up is, of course, the fuel charges. That's really a flow through from the utilities costs onto ratepayers. And the crux of that issue is our reliance on expensive imported coal from different countries, and happy to hear the minister talk about how cheap wind is. I remember when I was the only MLA that was saying that in the legislature. But currently we have all of our coal plants still running, all 8 units, and they're all running past their original plan date. Nova Scotia Power is continuing to invest in these coal plants, and they continue to incur maintenance costs. And they continue to have hearings at the UARB to recoup these costs from ratepayers. Despite the fact that we have wind projects that are, in tender, various forms, waiting for financing, and will be cheaper. Coal, I think, peaked at 130-something megawatts, double the cost of wind. So we're paying for expensive fuel. We're paying for the maintenance. We're paying for investing in these coal units. And I understand that the government does have a legislative target to close these plants, but just want to ask the minister's understanding of the scale of liability of keeping these coal plants running, especially over the last term that I know the minister wasn't the minister, but part of a government that has not been able to close any of these coal plants, that continues to burn expensive imported coal, and the minister's understanding of what the annual maintenance costs are that ratepayers are paying on these units.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And there was a lot in that preamble that I would say is fairly accurate in how we agree on that, and recognizing the potential and what's coming in wind to offset that. So we had our 4 procurement, or our 4 rate-based procurements. Those are well on their way. The Goose Harbour Lake project with Port Hawkesbury Paper, that's another one that financing's all there, and the work is beginning on that one as well. There is no requirement right now for coal plants to be closed until 2030, and so maintenance is required to use them when in peak times that we need that power right now, and so I get the concern with the costs that go on to ratepayers, and I don't have those numbers with me here today, but we'll look to get that information for the member. But I would say we're very motivated to see us get to that 80% renewables and get get that fuel adjustment mechanism kind of put aside a little bit, so that we know what those stable rates are, so that power rates are stable. Because at the end of the day, that's with coal, we have no control over those rates, and not only that, but we're legislative to have that gone in 5 years. So we're very motivated to get that all done. So I will say I recognize the challenges that we face, but I also see kind of the light at the end of the tunnel as well.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope the light is powered by something other than coal. 5 years is coming soon for a lot of things, for land protection, for accessibility, and I just want to keep doing my job, like holding the government to account to meet those timelines. Meanwhile, we have OBPS, which is a carbon pricing system in our performance standards it's known by, and even if there's a new prime minister soon, it seems that component of carbon pricing will remain on large emitters. there's 15, this is something the minister shared, there's 15 entities that pay this carbon price, and there was 17.4 million of revenue, and of course Nova Scotia Power is a big part of that has paid revenue to the province, and that money is going into green initiatives, which is a good thing. But that money will be, my understanding, is passed on to ratepayers. So just a question around that, going back to my previous question of continuing to run the most expensive fuel, and not only that, but the highest intensity carbon fuel. I can only conclude that that's why Nova Scotia Power is paying that carbon price, and they're paying a higher carbon price because they're burning so much coal. So does the minister have an understanding of how much has been paid from Nova Scotia Power and what the impact is on ratepayers for paying that carbon price?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
So really to get that number, it's really about it's environment and climate change that has that responsibility with OBPS, and I don't have those numbers here in front of me in terms of the impact.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess with the minister's mandate of trying to control rates, I think it's something that should be looked at. But I'll ask, maybe we can try to get to the point here, is like the major construction project that's going to help with reliability and unlocking the renewable energy that we have access to is the intertie. We've been pressuring to build this since the government took power in 2021. I know the minister referenced it. I know the government is fully on side with that part of the original loop concept. I know that the intertie finally went out to tender in late 2024 after the environmental assessment was given previously. But over that time, the price keeps increasing. It's increased at least $100 million. And thankfully, we have a federal government supportive with the existing Canadian Infrastructure Bank fund that some say is at risk if the government changes to another party that they may have a relationship with. I'm not totally sure. Depends on which member you talk to. But in any case, it's gone up significantly. That goes on rates. There's internal rate of return for proponents that are building it. I just don't feel the urgency that I see with the government's priorities on, writing to leaders of federal parties about pipelines going through Quebec, about drilling in areas and pursuing fracturing, as I see with this project. And if I could, in the context of the tariff situation happening right now as we speak, my understanding is there's basically just some clearing happening to twin this intertie into New Brunswick. What would it take for the province to actually start to streamline this stuff and for the sake of our power rates, for the sake of starting to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels? It would be great to see the same kind of public focus on doing something that really doesn't need a lot of regulatory holdback because of it being just twinning the existing line into New Brunswick. And my understanding is the potential is to keep going to where there's a nuclear site in New Brunswick to acquire more renewable energy. So right now the timeline for this project is at least 3 years away. 28, 29 is when this project is going to happen. With this tariff situation, we're going to have my understanding is counter tariffs on a whole bunch of different things, including steel, aluminum. There's a lot of products that could drive the price up even more. So we've seen price increases while we wait for the regulatory process. Does the minister have anything in his ability to even just write a letter and say, order the equipment? Let's get going on this before we have any more immediate impacts on costs.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And I will say there's a lot of work that has gone into this project, and it is an incredible focus of not only our team but a number of different others. And I would say, you know, like even in the fall, just with the Public Utilities Act and enabling the partnership with CIB was significant. And so there's a lot of moving parts, but they're all coming into focus. And I would say, you know, stay tuned soon in terms of how this project can move forward. You know, it's an exciting project in part because, like you said, it's about being able to move our renewable energies, you know, outside of the province. But it's also about allowing, you know, energy to come in too to support the province if and when needed as well. So there's the, you know, that reliability component is so important. And as we've said, I think every time, you know, the affordability and looking at how we can do this project and with the ratepayers in mind, their best interest. And you know, I've only been here a couple of short couple of months, but I will say this has been a focus. And maybe you don't hear it publicly, but there's a lot of work, and I would say I'm looking forward to seeing some positive momentum in the near future.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess that's what this is all about tonight, is for the public to learn what's happening and understanding what government's working on. So there is a plan in New Brunswick to have a unit operational for nuclear by 2029 in Point Lepreau, and I believe the province's plans is potentially to access some of that renewable energy to potentially help with our coal closure plan, but certainly the net zero opportunity. And just like to ask the minister if he's aware if that seems to be on track with nuclear. And one of the things I started to think about is because I think Nova Scotians would be interested in the waste. That really is the downside of nuclear, and I am pro-nuclear, but it does mean that there is a waste of a new class of highly radioactive and corrosive waste. So just want to ask the minister if he, when he signs an agreement or looks at signing an agreement to access energy for this base load power that we may need, is he entertaining that any of this waste would be disposed of in Nova Scotia, or is that a no-go for him?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And our understanding with that, the nuclear power, is that it's actually, you know, the timelines have kind of shifted quite a bit. I think they're now looking at late 2030s rather than 2030 itself. And I'm not, with our clean power plan, I'm not sure that we would necessarily need that, but certainly any type of deal that would be done, you know, we'd look out for Nova Scotia ratepayers for sure, but Nova Scotians and what's best for them. So it's very hypothetical, but I appreciate the question, and we'll certainly consider all of that if that was ever put in front of me. Don't know if I'll be here.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberlea Prospect with about 12 minutes.
12 minutes, okay. I'll ask about offshore wind and green hydrogen, because the minister refers to this as a game changer also for our economy. We talked about how cheap onshore wind is. offshore wind, what are the projections we're looking at now? Like down in New Jersey and areas that have it, it's like 150 megawatts. So, you know, we're looking at pretty pricey stuff. And what are the tools that the department is looking at to help bring that price down? Like, are we looking at a common kind of power strip in the ocean that proponents can all plug into? Because I know that the bids are supposed to go out this year on the first phase of this stuff. So what are we looking at for pricing? And maybe I'll ask the question is, when we're looking at producing ammonia to send, how does that all work with the way we're going to be using the electrons for our own grid, or is the minister thinking that offshore is totally dedicated to the hydrogen aspirations? And if I'm just trying to get a bunch of questions in once, but are the markets still very much there and growing in the European market right now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And, you know, I remember actually when I was first campaigning 4 years ago or 5 years ago, this was something that a couple of proponents had kind of reached out to me, in part because of kind of the Strait of Canso and the potential for you know, what could take place there. And a lot of kind of the green hydrogen sector is looking at that Strait of Canso area, and there's been a lot of excitement in terms of the opportunity and where it will all go, and as I say before, the art of the possible in terms of the potential for this. And you know, I think the member and I talked a bit about kind of, we know wind is the cheapest. The onshore wind is the cheapest form of energy right now for Nova Scotia, and it wasn't for a while. And as it developed, and you know, prices have come down, and you know, when you talk to those, and you know, like when we talk about the cost of offshore wind, it is higher. But the technology is advancing, and those things, kind of like solar panels, the goal is hopefully that in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, the prices are in a more reasonable place. But right now, in terms of the green hydrogen proponents and what they're looking at, a lot of what they're looking at right now is onshore wind, right? So we have potential for onshore wind. We still have lots of space for it, and we're looking at that. But when you think about offshore wind, and we talked about the intertie, and we've talked about the connection to other markets. That's the potential in our offshore is huge. We're talking about 5 gigawatts over the next 5 years, but there's a lot more out there as well. But it's about understanding where this offtake can all go, right? Like, so is it going as electrons through the intertie or some other way? We have to look at that and understand what the art of the possible is there. Could it be used for green hydrogen or sustainable aviation fuel? Absolutely, those are potential there to ship overseas. And then it's about, when we talk about offtake, it's like what other big users could be in this area? And we've heard of other developers in other areas talk about data centers and the potential there. And those are things that we could look at here with some of that offshore wind. And what is out there is a lot more than the 5 gigawatts that we're talking about. So there, Nova Scotia, I think, uses right now a little more than 2.5. So as our electrification comes, as we have more electric vehicles, as we have more heat pumps, our need is going to go up as well. So could it be used here? Sure. Could it be sold and marketed as electrons in other jurisdictions in North America? Absolutely. Could it be utilized as green ammonia or some other potential transport overseas? Absolutely. But that's the exciting part about all this, is that we're willing to look at it all. But there is a bit of time there. This is once we start the call for bids, and then it starts to expand. But the goal is really to get that offtake to support the industry's growth here in the province.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect with 6 minutes.
Okay. The minister mentioned EVs and the electrification of our economy. Does the minister agree that our infrastructure, especially with fast charging, is really holding back our ability to really electrify our EV market? And what is he doing to try to pursue more availability of fast chargers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And, there has been a significant increase in the number of EVs in the province. I think there's, an estimate of 7,000 electric vehicles and 8,700 e-bikes, that have been purchased and used here in the province. It is... We do recognize that there is a need for fast chargers in strategic places right across the province. And I do know that there's work ongoing with the feds to support that initiative and to put them in strategic locations. And I don't have a map of them here with me, but I remember seeing kind of the vision of that. And absolutely, it's kind of like they go hand in hand, You need more EV chargers, but you need more vehicles to justify it all comes back to, we're seeing an increase. We're excited about that increase. We see a lot of potential for it. And I don't think you were here when I did my opening remarks, but, or a comment that I made early was just about when I was building the garage for the house that I haven't built yet. I had put an EV charger in my garage, even though I don't have an EV yet. My brain is already thinking about that. And I think it's about educating and helping Nova Scotians understand what they can do as well and support them in those initiatives. So yeah, it is absolutely necessary. We need those fast chargers, around the province to be able to support that continued growth. I think it's 600% in 4 years, so.
I recognize the Honourable MLA for Timberley Prospect with 2 minutes 30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's funny, I did the same thing. I still have a hybrid that's 20 years old, so I'm going to hang on to that, but I did put a charger in my garage. Okay, last question on efficiency. So we were a leader for a long time. We've slipped in the rankings mostly because other provinces have really caught up to what we've been working on for a while, but if you look internationally, just within our own continent, there's a dozen states that are well beyond us. We are at about 1%, and there are provinces that target like 1.5%. Manitoba and I think New Brunswick has a target. just ask the minister, since there's no target in ECRA, since there was no target in the ISO legislation that was more recent, if he would look at, they call it a standard, basically, looking at a demand standard for efficiency to try to push us back up to the leadership and maybe get to 1.5% or even 2%, which we see in some of the states that are leading the country, leading the U.S., actually.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy with 27 seconds.
So part of the bill that's been put forth actually has like an extension of Efficiency Nova Scotia's plan for this year, because they're going to create a new 5-year plan, and because of the new ISO and the new regulator, it's, there's opportunity to look at sustainability there. We don't have kind of a standard right now, but I will take it into consideration. There's merit to looking at something like that.
Order. The time for questioning, or this time of questioning for the Liberal Party has expired. Before we move the NDP, I had asked if the Minister would like a short recess, or just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Order, please. It is now the NDP's time. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to confirm, I have an hour, right? We're still in, yeah. Okay. Well, I have a whole bunch of things I want to ask about, so just forgive me for bouncing around. But I do want to, when I came in, you and my colleague from Timberley Prospect were talking about, lifting the fracking ban. And, I want to know how, what will the process be? So say, the ban comes off. There's a company that comes in. They want to do some exploring. You read from a report that talked about the amount of danger to 100 wells or whatever, or with 100 wells, and preterm births. How are you going to process the information? How are you going to listen to community who may or may not care about the safety versus the fact, people just, there may not be social license for fracking in a particular community. And so what is the process going to be? Is it, I know that there are certain things that have to be checked off with environmental assessments and all that stuff, but can you please walk me through how you will actually listen, how you will actually consult with community as these projects go forward, or if there's interest in them?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And why, I think I want to start kind of before I even talk about this, but why it's important to kind of lift the ban, in my perspective, is really, we talked about attitude, we talked about kind of engaging, but without industry engaged, there are no projects, there are no potential projects to even have conversations about. And so the idea for me, the way I envision it, is you lift the ban, and then you focus on how do you understand what are the best practices out there, what are the regulatory regimes that you need to have in place to ensure that safe and appropriate extraction can take place. And like I said before, geology may make something different here. There's a whole bunch of other things that may come about as things we need to understand. But once you have those things in place and you understand, okay, not only are we going to mitigate by doing A, B, C, and D, but we're going to monitor, and you kind of put those things in regulatory regime and practice, then I'd envision something like a call, like a competitive call by the department saying the minister's open, and if there are industry interested, they're going to apply, and they're going to say, these are the locations that I'm interested in. And then it's like any other kind of industrial or wind project, industry project. You go through those processes where you engage community and you have conversation about social license, and what are the concerns, and how are we going to look at mitigating them, and what are the processes that the province has in place. But if you have these concerns, what are other things that industry will look at? And I would say, having those engagements with the community, whether it's stakeholder meetings or information sessions at first, how it lines up, and then, of course, having conversations with the Mi'kmaq and understanding the opportunities and the challenges and the partnerships that could form from that. I think a lot of the organizations and groups that have been engaged, whether it's in green hydrogen or offshore wind or onshore wind, I would say, the Mi'kmaq have become partners in those projects, and they get considerable benefit, and they put a lot into it, and they give a lot of good information in terms of how to do these things well in Nova Scotia. So that, all of that is part of that. And then, as I said, if once they have those rights and they explore, if everything goes well according to all of that other stuff, and they explore, then it's about making sure it's mitigated and monitored properly, so that it doesn't stop there. It's about monitoring and getting that data as things progress, because we'll learn from, as wells are drilled, to say, okay, this is what works in Nova Scotia. Maybe that doesn't. Maybe, so it's about understanding that this can be flexible and adaptable based on what we learn here. So again, it starts at the beginning, which is lifting the ban to say, is the industry interested, and then getting best practices, getting regulatory regime, and then seeing what the art of the possible is.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. But you have to, okay, I get that. I understand the thought process of all that. But if push comes to shove and you get to a community meeting where you've got your, gas company, or and you've got your, presentation, you've got your government staff there, your public service there, and you've got community there, and then you've got the boxes to tick for the environmental assessment or the regulatory regime. And then there's a bunch of people, special interest, who are, i.e. the community members where this will be happening, the people that own the properties that may get expropriated, that they may just have leaching into, or that there's even a possibility. First of all, when you were talking about the statistical, possibility of preterm birth or birth defects or whatever, it's some people are not going to want to take any risk around that. So what happens when there is a community meeting in a church hall and it gets fiery, and the community says wholeheartedly, we don't want this in our community? Is the government prepared to shut something down and listen to that community and not do it once it gets to that stage? And I guess the reason I'm asking that question is because that is the end. If you remove the ban, you need to go that far, right? You need to go down that road that far, in the same way that you need to go down that road that far to see all the jobs that would be created, or the economic benefit. We have to imagine it actually happens if we're going to remove the ban. So I just want to know, if people say no, is the government going to listen? And how will they know that you will?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And obviously that that community engagement, that community conversation is very important. You need to understand what the concerns are, and you need to and I think I talked about this a little bit a while back, and it's about my approach is about being able to put myself in everybody's position and understand, why am I concerned about this, or what is the risk, or what is the, and I think it comes back to if there's legitimate concerns and risks, then it's important that the industry and government take notice of that and say, how do we, if we can't mitigate it and you can't be done safely, then, then that's okay. It doesn't, but if there are mitigating factors and we can monitor and we can say this can be done in a safe and appropriate way, then I think it's important to make sure that people understand that that can happen, or it's about understanding each other's position and being able to say, this is important to us and this is why as a community. And it's important for industry to be able to say, okay, I get it. This is important for you, and these are the steps we can take to offset that. And there are going to be times. I mean, we have lots of different conversations, about understanding the challenges with all sorts of different things, and understanding. I was in a different role at this time last year, and we were talking about pallet shelters, and we were talking about social license and community and benefits and risks and all of that. And these are all hard questions, and they're all, because I think everybody's coming from it from looking at it from their perspective about how this impacts me. And I always come back to, I always try to put myself in how does this, if I'm in that position, how do I feel that way? And I think that's a big part of it, is understanding how to work with community in a way that gets all those benefits, reduces those risks, helps them understand that. And as we progress and as we move forward with these things, if there's issues that come up from having a shelter in a community or a well in a community, how do we either stop or change course or adapt to make sure that this can be met? Because we have these conversations not just with hydraulic fracturing, we have them with pallet shelters, we have them with wind turbines, we have them with all sorts of different things. And I think it's about how you approach it, and I think that's the key. And if industry comes in and has those conversations with community to understand where they're at, I think that will go a long way to being able to develop social license and show a respectful way of doing that.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm going to switch again. I wanted to ask about something again that my colleague was talking about with battery storage and more about the demand side management work that's happening in the province. I remember, it feels like 2 years ago, maybe even more, going to a Nova Scotia Power community meeting in my community, where they, tell everyone what's going on and, all that, which I think is really helpful, actually. And we talked about battery storage at that meeting. We talked about smart water tanks. We talked about, the technology where you can, charge your electric vehicle and then use that as a generator in storms. There's all kinds of, really exciting and innovative stuff happening with demand side management in terms of energy use and efficiency. And I just wanted to know if there's anything in the budget about any of that, either we've had, I'm going to ask a little bit more detail about heat pumps in a second, but, we have had heat pump programs. We have Efficiency One programs. We've got the home warming program. Do we have any programs right now that are helping homeowners purchase batteries, like battery banks? Do we have programs to help put in charge? I mean, I know there is some charger programs, but if you don't have a car, like your situation, is there any money for you to get to help you build your charging thing at your house? And hot water tanks, smart hot water tanks, to be used as energy storage, so that they can, all of these things can be used not only in emergencies when the power goes out, but also to sell back to the grid when the wind's not blowing. So I'm wondering, where we are with that stuff. Are there any public-facing programs yet? Is there any money going into the research of that stuff in Nova Scotia? We know that batteries, there's researchers in Nova Scotia and scientists that are making batteries here, and the technology is being made here. Are we going to see a battery plant opening up in Nova Scotia anytime soon?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. And I was chuckling because I didn't get any money when I put my my charger in at my garage, right? So it's just fun. I know, but I will say, I think I highlighted it. Maybe it was when the member from Timberley Prospect was talking just about, like we're extending the 1 year with Efficiency Nova Scotia so they can create that 5-year plan, and that is, I think you're going to see some really interesting things come out of that will. We'll look at a lot of these types of things, like the demand side and the opportunity that comes with that. And it's not necessarily like a budget, like I will talk about one budget item that we have here, but a lot of it is actually done through Efficiency Nova Scotia's gets their funding off like through the ratepayers, similar to like Nova Scotia Power. So they put that through the review board, and they get money to create the some of the efficiency programs that they do, and those smart hot water heaters would be something that you'll see being as part of that, right? And so yeah, there will be supports through efficiency for something like that. There is $150,000 in the budget for, to research how we can use better battery technologies or electric vehicles for electricity storage and backup power. So there is a bit of money to look at the research on how we can do that well with our grid. So it's like you plug your car in, and there's a bit of there was a pilot where you could have your car that you plug it in, and they can utilize that power for the grid when there's a high demand. And so those are the types of things I envision, like vehicle to grid type stuff. And so there's a lot of interesting technologies out there. And I think how we can get people off of peak load and utilizing energy at different times and having access to these vehicles that are sometimes sitting in people's, garages getting charged at some point, and how do we utilize that to our ability as well. So I would say, stay tuned. It might not necessarily seem like a lot right now, but there's a lot of discussion on the demand side and how do we best serve Nova Scotians and the ratepayers as well. Best of both worlds.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. One of my favorite answers, JK, not really favorite, is like, stay tuned. There will have more to say in a few, like soon. Like, what does that mean? And what are we talking about? Because I'm telling you, like, I've been hearing about these amazing technologies for 3 years or 2 years, and so at the same time that we're talking about lifting bans on fracking and uranium. And how exciting that is for like the job opportunities. Like, this stuff to me is exciting, and the job opportunities here for like, why are we not really putting some more eggs in that basket? I guess I think that we need to put eggs in all kinds of baskets, and I think that traditionally Nova Scotia, I think, suffers when we put all of our eggs in one basket, or one big company, or one savior technology that comes and sort of digs us out of our economic woes, and then something happens and Boat Harbor gets polluted, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's we are not immune to that kind of disaster in Nova Scotia, and so. So why are we not looking at all of this stuff at the same time? So it just seems to me like $150,000 seems like a very small amount of money to be putting into research on that. Did I hear that correctly, that it's $150,000? So who's doing that research for $150,000?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So that 150,000 is through the climate plan, and that's like that. It's budgeted there. I don't have a title of who's doing the research right now, but I would point out to the efficiency one, and in terms of the money, and like that plan that they're looking at is really about identifying kind of how do we move forward on that demand management side, and how do we look at it, and how it is what is the most important way to support ratepayers, support Nova Scotians, get get us in line with what we need to do. And so they're doing a lot of work as well. Like it's not just what's happening here in the department, and we're really happy to support them in that. But I want to clarify, we're not looking at that one silver bullet. The idea of saying we're open for business and saying that everything's on the table means everything's on the table. So we're not just talking about hydraulic fracturing. We're talking about green hydrogen. We're talking about offshore wind. We're talking about tidal. We're talking about geothermal. We're talking about how do we grow the economy here? How do we make? And the reality is, we have to. We owe it to Nova Scotians to say this. This is what we need to do. And how I would frame that is, I think we've heard it from some on our side and some on the other side of the aisle in terms of 60 out of 60. And when we talk about GDP per capita, in terms of Nova Scotia, based on 50 states and 10 provinces, is 60th out of 60, and that means we have the lowest GDP per capita. That means, in terms of money in our pockets individually and as residents, we're not doing so great. And so how do we combat that? You got to grow your economy. And so what do we have? We have a bunch of natural advantages that I've just listed off, and critical minerals and that side of it as well. And so I think it's important that as we look at all the opportunities, we're not just focused on one silver bullet. And I want to make sure we highlight that, because that's what it sounds like is coming back at us, is, oh, you're only looking at uranium, you're only looking at natural gas. We're not. And I think it's important to just reiterate that. But I do respect back to the question of what are we doing? We know it's important to look at on demand, and we know our demand management, and we know it's important to green our grid, and we're these are all things that we are looking at. I can assure you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Appreciate that answer. To be fair, most of the communications since we sat in the legislature has been around these things. Like, and I would say that, it's comforting to hear that the Minister of Energy, is looking at all of those things, to be really honest. But when from the outside, in the throne speech and the budget speech, we heard a lot about resource extraction. And then in the same breath, we heard we have to take the note in Nova Scotia, and in the same breath, we heard about special interests. So when you hear those three things together in the government communications, you think, oh God, this is not going to be good for us. But when you hear the Minister of Energy say, oh no, we're looking at these things and these things and these things and these things, then maybe the Minister of Energy needs to talk to the communications folks about, or the Premier's office about a bigger message for Nova Scotians. Because right now people are freaking out, and my inbox is full of people that are freaking out about, resource extraction, because that's what we're hearing about from the government. So I just put that, I am not a communications expert, but I am an expert in, reading email from people in Dartmouth North and all around the province. And I would say that's a real thing. So just a thought. I want to ask you, just with efficiency, Nova Scotia on the, at the forefront here, the minister mentioned in his opening remarks about the heat pump program. I think you said 50% of homes now have heat pumps. When I got my solar panels, I took advantage of the federal money that was like a $5,000, I think it's the Greener Homes grant. But I know lots of people use that for heat pumps as well. I'm wondering if you have a breakdown for those 50% of Nova Scotians that have heat pumps, where, did they get help through Nova Scotia programs, or did they get help through federal programs, or do you have that kind of breakdown? And if not, can we get it eventually?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. So I don't have that number, but we'll look into it for you. But what I would say is, I think what efficiency has done a really good job of is identifying what programs fit people best, and like through that assessment process, we're making sure people are getting what they can and what they should out of each individual program. So we'll look into that number for you, but if that's okay, we'll get that back to you.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to bring up, so in the Efficiency Canada report this year, one of the places where Nova Scotia does really well is I will table this, I promise you. I'll email it to you if that's okay. Is in, sorry, 1 second. I'm really sorry. I just had it in front of me. Pause. Here we go. Is in, it's, I don't know where it is now, so I'm not reading from this. But anyway, it's work with Indigenous organizations, or making sure that that Indigenous organizations are being consulted or partnered with or whatever. So that's really great, and I obviously took notice of that when you had the Greener Choice Program announcement. It's all very exciting. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit more about Indigenous partnership. So the Climate Action Plan noted that the Mi'kmaq Home Energy Efficiency Project was still in a pilot stage. So I'm just wanting to know, is that program still active, and does it have long-term funding from the department?
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
I apologize for interrupting your discussion, but I did find what I was trying to say, which was that the province actually leads the country in spending on programs for Indigenous people. So that's great.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And it is a really good news story, right? So we have a program that has supported, I think it's 1,350 residences with deep retrofits. That includes heat pumps already. And the plan is to continue with that, and it's ongoing. And so we're going to continue to support that, and I think it's a very good news story. And we also have, I believe, a project for African Nova Scotia communities as well, and have engaged on that one as well. So and I think it's 2,700 or 2,800 public housing units as well. So when you look at it, we're looking at supporting communities across the province and identifying important work and I appreciate that you're identifying the important work that's been going on.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can you tell me sort of year over year, how much money went into the program last year, how much is going in this year, and if there's an increase or if it's status quo?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. And we're trying to scramble to find through our notes, and I don't have the number here, but we will look into that and get that for you.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
I'm getting an update quickly, but there was $26 million put for this program. So, and then it's spread out over a number of years, but.
Okay, so.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
So 26 million so just give me a little more. Like, so when did it begin? When does it end? And I feel like I remember it being a 5-year program, but maybe I'm wrong about that. So my question really is, because it's so successful and important, is there appetite for expanding the program?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. The goal is to have every home in Mi'kmaq communities done, and so that is the ultimate goal. And so I don't have a timeline on when it will. Oh, I do have a time now. See, Phase 1 was in 2019, and the program runs until December 2027.
Hold on.
So sorry.
Nope.
Chair.
It's all good. It's all good. We need your mic turned on. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. So, speaking of public housing, how? So you mentioned how many public housing units have been upgraded or retrofitted. What's the plan for that program? Because certainly none of them in Dartmouth North have been done. And boy, oh boy, it's kind of amazing how much people pay on their electric bills in the Demetrius Lane public housing community that's by the bridge. People have excessively high energy bills in there. And so, I feel like that's like a perfect place to be, doing some of this work. But also, we have other public housing communities in Dartmouth North too. So I just wanted to know what the plan is for tackling the entire public housing supply.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So that program is done through Municipal Affairs and Housing, or Municipal Affairs. I think it is Finance and Municipal Affairs, Housing, or maybe it's through Housing.
Yeah, sorry.
So it would be through Growth and Development now, because it used to be Municipal Affairs and Housing. But yeah, Growth and Development.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, going back to the Indigenous partnership, can the minister provide an overview of what consultation processes with Indigenous groups look like, or looks like? Is there a mandate to consult on all or just a subset of energy issues? So, in terms of any projects that are happening, is there a mandate to consult with Indigenous groups, or is it kind of, I don't want to say ad hoc, but is it more kind of, we see the project, what's happening, we better check in kind of thing? Like, how does it all work? What is the process? Where does consultation with Indigenous groups come in?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I think what has allowed a lot of projects to be successful is having that early engagement with the First Nations community. So if you think of onshore wind potential projects or hydrogen projects that are, being planned and to move forward, the industry is almost engaging right away before there's really any duty to have that conversation. And so what I would say is, like, what best practice has been is to kind of engage early, and when there's a potential project or projects that are ongoing, anything related to Crown land, of course, requires it, or and typically, we're in constant contact with, like as departments are with all new affairs, if there's to understand making sure that where it's needed, it's done appropriately.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to ask some questions about the Green Choice Program now. So with the Green Choice Program, how many public schools are signed up for the Green Choice Program?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. So as part of the Green Choice Program, all public schools except the schools in the Antigonish area, because they're under the municipal utility there, and so all other schools that aren't part of a municipal utility would benefit from the Green Choice Program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
So they don't have to do anything to sign up for the program, or it's just going to happen that they're going to be benefiting?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So there's really 11 applicants as part of the Green Choice Program, and the province of Nova Scotia is one. So any provincially owned building that's not within those municipal utilities that we own would be part of it. So you think of correction centers, you think of justice centers, you think of schools, all of that would be included in it, so that they don't have to sign up. The province signed up for them.
Okay.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And does that include public housing units?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So again, government-owned Nova Scotia Public Housing Agency buildings are included as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
What is the completion timeline for each of the new wind projects announced recently? With the Green Choice, sorry.
I
recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. So when we say we'll be at 78% renewables on the grid by the end of 2028, this is really the big chunk of that will come. So the goal, like the idea is they'll all be done by the end of 2028.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
And is there any reporting mechanism, like interim reports, required with the program to get updates until 2028? I mean, that is 3 years away. So like in 2027, will we get an update on how we're doing towards that goal, or is that part of the project? Or the program, I mean.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. So the department would be in constant contact and updates with the proponents, and certainly, if I'll try to keep everybody updated as we go on. There's no set timelines throughout those 3.5 years or whatever, 4 years almost to get there. But I'm happy to, when there's information available, keep people updated.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. So that wouldn't be considered a vexatious request for FOIPOF? We wouldn't have to go through that process? We could just call you up and say, how's it going? Sure. Okay. Wow. All right. Little bit of levity here, folks. Doesn't hurt anybody. Doesn't hurt anybody. Will the government bear the entire cost of those projects, or what percentage will fall to the province for the, actually, I don't really understand that question. Will the, never mind, cancel that one. The new wind projects announced to be part of the Green Choice Program are expected to produce more energy than what is currently needed for the enrolled participants. So does the minister anticipate that other large-scale energy users will register before the wind projects come online, or is it expected that the excess energy will be added to the broader grid to benefit households?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. So yeah, like it's the subscribers are the subscribers, the 11 who have signed up. So 12%, so it's 19% total added to the grid. 12% of that is for the Green Choice Program participants. The other 7 will go directly to supporting the ratepayers of Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Have there been any community consultations held yet, or are there any planned to be held for when it comes to creating the recently announced wind farms?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. So as part of being a participant, they had to have engagement already. So all of the proponents would have had community consultation or engagement, prior to them being approved, and that'll continue as the projects get closer to fruition as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And can I just dig down a little bit on that one? So, so they had to be approved. In order to get approved, they had to have a certain amount of community consultation or engagement. How did they have to report on that? How did, was there, specifics around that kind of engagement? Did it have to be a public meeting? Did they put letters in people's mailboxes? What were the specifics around it to make sure that the engagement was fulsome and effective, I guess?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. So the Green Choice Program was kind of an independent procurement. And that was based on a point scale. And so the more community consultation you did, the higher your points you would get based on that. There was actually an independent consultant that actually observed their public consultation to ensure that they were doing what they say they were going to do. And all of these projects require an EA. So some of them have already been approved for their EA, and some others are in that process. But as part of that, they have to do community consultation as well. So in terms of specifics, I don't have kind of specifics for each one, but they would have been independently looked at. They would have got a higher score on the independent procurement based on what they did as well.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I just want to ask a couple more questions about solar gardens. So you mentioned, the minister mentioned in his remarks about the New Dawn solar garden. Are there other solar gardens in the province? And if so, where are they primarily located?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So there are 4 other solar gardens in the province right now. Those weren't part of the community solar program. Those were prior to that. And so there's those 4, plus this is the first, the community solar program is now up and rolling, and we're getting applications for that program. And so the goal is to, as they come in, evaluate and approve or not approve, and then move forward. So expect to see more announced as we keep moving forward.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so the 4 that were prior, they're not part of this program per se. And so then New Dawn is the only one that's up and running right now. So my question was going to be how many Nova Scotians are signed up for a community solar garden. So I don't know if you know how many are at New Dawn, but I guess my follow-up then would be how many have applied so far, and like how many applications have you received? What's been the uptake thus far on getting them created?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to this. Thank you for the question. There have been 11 applications that have been put forward to the program. And just for context, like the initial program capacity is about 100 megawatts, and which would power 13,000 homes annually. So that's the ultimate goal, is to get there where we have 13,000 residences signed, residences or individuals signed up.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Can you give us any sense of where those applications are, like when we might see if they're all good and approved, when we'll see them going online?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And I don't have specific timelines in terms of how quickly they'll get up and running. But our goal is to see, these move as quickly as they can, and our expectation is over the next couple of years you'll see them on, a number of these on board. So I don't like saying the stay tuned part either, but I would say, like, I'm very excited about this program and the potential for it, and the idea that it can be a partnership with nonprofits or communities or First Nations communities that create these, and then residents that have the opportunity to, that maybe they couldn't put solar on their house, can kind of sign up for this and get 2 cents a kilowatt hour off of their power. So every little bit helps. So it's kind of a really neat project, and I'm looking forward to seeing them come to fruition.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so my understanding is that what you just said, what the minister just said about people who can't install solar on their homes, is there any kind of information about, at least about the New Dawn project or any of the applications that talk about home ownership versus renters? Like, is it in New Dawn's situation? I'm assuming they're New Dawn owned buildings, but I might be wrong about that. Anything you can tell us about the percentage of renters that are taking advantage of it?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So yeah, in terms of the New Dawn one, it would be anybody who's renting from New Dawn. So, like, whether it's residences or even commercial, entities that they have can do it as well. And generally, when these applications come in, they outline who they're going to target with this for benefits, and it's often, whether it's low-income households or marginalized communities or First Nations communities that are close by, and that's who they'll, and other community members who they'll target with kind of who could sign up for it. So there is that kind of thought process that goes into this for the proponents, and so that's kind of neat to see too, that they're looking at who do we want to help with this. So it's kind of neat.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thanks. And is there any thought to doing them for folks who live in Nova Scotia-owned public housing?
With 5.5 minutes remaining, I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So in terms of, like, the program is for people who pay their own power bills. So if it's a public housing unit that pays their own bills, then they would be able to qualify. But if it's public housing that doesn't, then they wouldn't be eligible. And so that's kind of how it's looked at. But if they're paying their own power bill, then they may be in one of those community groups that could say, hey, I can sign up.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, thanks. I guess what I mean is, if Nova Scotia owns the buildings, so for instance, again, we'll just go to Demetrius Lane, they do pay their own power, but they're Nova Scotia-owned buildings. Is there any thought for Nova Scotia or for, like, the Provincial Housing Authority, whatever it's called now, like, could they apply to do a solar garden for the, like, Nova Scotia owned buildings? And is there any thought of doing that right now?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. And my understanding is, like, the province itself, because we own it, we can't be a proponent to build them. But, like, again, we think of the municipalities or community organizations that could. And I think what we're seeing in applications is they're identifying, saying, hey, we want to go to these types of communities to kind of market it. And so I'm encouraged by what I see in it. So
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
And so the way it works is that there's an on-bill credit. Is that how it works through Nova Scotia Power?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, so any of the eligible Nova Scotia residents that would apply, that's how it would be. It would be a 2 cent per kilowatt hour credit on their bill, and they don't pay they don't pay a subscription fee to sign on either. So it's not like they pay something to the proponent to sign on. It's free to sign on to it.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Great. And I guess I'm sorry, I just want to get my head around it because I actually think it's a really great program. What is the money in the budget for these programs?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. There's $5.2 million in the budget.
I recognize the Minister for Dartmouth North.
Thank you for calling me a minister. One day.
You're welcome.
One day, Chair. Oh my God. 5.2 million. Oh yeah. So, and does that cover like a certain percentage of the cost of that? Like, or what is the like if a not-for-profit wanted to do this, what would they be on the hook for?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
So, like, if you could envision the whole solar program, like the community solar program, like the expectation is there's like $200 million of investment from proponents, and so they work with a nonprofit or a community to kind of develop it, and we would put money towards the capital costs on that. So it's about saying, okay, like if we put this in, it would make the cost per megawatt hour or kilowatt hour cheaper for them, right? And so it helps kind of just make them a bit more feasible. And so that's where our goal is to kind of when these come in, we say, okay, these are where we can support.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah. So that's what I'm asking. So like, do you cover the entire cost or is there a percentage?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, no, it's not the complete cost, right? So they have basically they would be saying this is how much it's going to cost ratepayer. Like we're going to put this on the grid, and it's like an agreement, right? A power purchase agreement. And so this is how much it would cost us to produce this much electricity, and ratepayers will pay that. But it's but really they have that upfront capital cost that they get, and we're just kind of basically putting a portion in.
Oh, hold up, order. I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
What is the percentage that you're putting in?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
It's not a particular percentage. I guess it's like each project, it comes in and you look at it and say, okay, how do we determine what our amount that we should put in based on the numbers they're giving us?
I recognize the member for Dartmouth North. 4 seconds.
4 seconds. Thank you very much.
Order. Thank you. Okay, so it is now the Liberals' turn who've given their time to the independent member. We have 38 minutes left, and before we begin, Minister, about how much time do you need for your closing remarks? I recognize the Minister of Energy.
I'd say 4 to 5 minutes will be fine, or less if need be.
Thank you, Minister. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and your team for answering our questions tonight. So I've got a couple of questions here on energy. I will start off by saying this is not my area of expertise. So most of my questions really just come from the people that I'm representing. The biggest concern really in the last 3 weeks, I've gotten a lot of messages from people about their power bills and people are asking me, what is the government doing to try and control our power bills from continuing to increase. A lot of people are really struggling financially. So is there anything right now in place? I know that any increases by Nova Scotia Power rates have to be approved by the board, the UARB board and stuff, but is there anything else that your department or government may be doing to try to help Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member opposite. And we know that cost of living challenges are absolutely a challenge for many Nova Scotians, and energy rates are something that hit people pretty hard, especially this time of year when it's cold and we're utilizing more power. When it comes to power rates, we've made some pretty heavy and significant investments. And so I'll give you an example of one. Last year, we basically we purchased a fuel adjustment mechanism, $117 million from Nova Scotia Power. And what that is the fuel costs for Nova Scotia Power, depending on what they have an expected fuel cost that they budget, and they say, you are ARB, this is what we think the cost of fuel is going to be. And then over the next 2 years, if their fuel costs go up, which coal went up really high, they go to the ARB and say, we need ratepayers to cover this cost. So part of that cost was we basically purchased for $117 million. There would have been a 7% increase in rates for residents and 13% increase for industry. And so with that purchase, it ends up being 1.1%. That gets spread over 10 years. So it's 1% over 10 years rather than here's 7% this year. The second thing we did was we negotiated with the federal government for a $500 million loan guarantee. And so part of the reason that Nova Scotia Power had to buy more coal was because Muskrat Falls wasn't providing the power that we needed. And because it wasn't, they were paying for a higher price of fuel. And they wanted to put that on the ratepayer. And it would have been an additional 19.2%. So we heard last week there was a 2.4% increase. That 2.4% increase would have been 19.2% had it not been for us negotiating with the federal government to get that decrease. And so, we're always looking to find the lowest cost option for ratepayers. And then we can go into kind of the programming that we try to do for ratepayers themselves or for Nova Scotians. And so you think of the HARP program, which is when we came into power, it was $200 a year. It's now at $600 a year, so people can apply for that. You think of for seniors, the Seniors Care Grant. When that came out, it wasn't necessarily for heat at that time, but we've expanded the program to allow that $750 to be allowed to be used for heat or chiropractic services, actually. So it can be used for a whole bunch of different things. And then I would say we have the heat program that's done through the Salvation Army, which is another support for people who are challenged. And then we can think of, you can think of energy poverty kind of, there's three parts to it. There's the price of what we've just talked about, the price of electricity, and then it's how much electricity people are using. So you think of the efficiency programs that we've created, $250 million investment to get people on heat pumps to help insulate their homes, to make things more energy efficient so that they have lower rates. And those heat pump programs and that $250 million has basically been about a $1,500 savings per year for individuals compared to if they would have been heating with heat and not had insulation and those sorts of things. And so we're trying to look at kind of how do we stabilize rates, and that gets into, right now we're at the mercy of coal. And so by creating these wind projects that we've talked about, the Green Choice Program, and getting to 80% renewables, it's not only about being green, it's also about stabilizing those fuel rates that I was talking about, that going up and down. So we know what the cost of wind is going to be for the next 25 years. We know that it's going to be stable. So that will reduce the risk of rate increases. It's not fixing us today because those wind turbines aren't all up yet, but that's the goal. That is the focus, is about affordability and reliability. So
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. And those chiropractic receipts you must have influenced that. So I will just add, one comment that I'm getting from people is there is there's been a movement, incentives to get people more on heat pumps. One of the challenges we have, and I realize this is more of a Nova Scotia Power issue, not your department issue, but just bringing it up since we're talking about energy, is that as more and more people are reliant on heat pumps, which are electricity run, we have seen a lot of challenges with reliability, with power outages and maintenance that needs to be done. And this is something I've discussed with Nova Scotia Power, and they have done some work, but I just wanted to mention that to the minister. And I don't know if there's anyone in the department that kind of monitors outages and occurrence of outages and certain, like how often they're happening. And I do have that concern. It's very cold up in Cumberland County, especially the wind coming off the water or off the Bay of Fundy. And when people have no electricity, it often now means they have no heat. So I did want to mention that. I was a little surprised that I haven't seen geothermal discussed anymore in the department, and I know that it has been in the past. And of course, I have a little bit of a special interest because up in our area, it's actually in Minister Rushton's constituency right next door to me. But I know the county of the municipality, has done a lot of studies and they've done a lot of work. And I think my understanding is that because of the old coal mines, that the water that could be used for the geothermal would be would be a higher temperature, and that we'd have even greater savings when it comes to energy and heat. And there's a couple of companies there already that use it, Surrett Battery and RoPac and stuff. So I'm just wondering, is there any conversations around geothermal still, or is that kind of dead in the water?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And that's the interesting part about my job is learning about all these things. And I will say, every part of the province has sometimes unique opportunities. And geothermal is one in your neck of the woods and in Minister Rushton's neck of the woods that I think there's a lot of potential and a lot of opportunity there. And so it's been flagged to me in the department early on, and it is still something that we are very keen on. And what is the art of the possible there? So that's still on our radar very much. So just hopefully, keep going on it, right? So
I
recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm encouraged to hear that there's still possibilities. Of course, right now with the focus on local and our supply chains and food, one of the more popular ideas with the geothermal industrial park, because there are plans to actually have a geothermal industrial park there and attract industry to it and be able to say to large companies, you'll have a 50% or more savings in your energy, which is pretty significant when you're looking at expenses for larger manufacturing companies. But one of the big, industries that we've all thought would make sense are greenhouses. And a lot of greenhouses have used geothermal energy. Also wood chips, and of course forestry is a large industry up in Cumberland County as well. So there would be a supply of wood chips available too, as far as looking at providing energy for greenhouses. And I have talked to a couple of our large commercial greenhouse owners here in Nova Scotia who would be interested in looking at expanding up in our neck of the woods. So I think it would be great if the department was to consider developing that. Let me just look. I'm looking at my list here. One of my financial concerns, I guess, in looking at the budget is, if we see a change in government in the federal government, or I guess even if it stays with the same party but has a new leader, there may be a change of priorities. So how much money for your department, for example, would come from federal transfers, tied to, say, green energy projects or other? And the reason I'm asking that question is what amount of money could possibly be in a vulnerable state if there is a change of government or change of leadership that has a change of priorities.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I was just trying to kind of get a bit of a breakdown of the numbers, and so a lot of the money that is funded or comes through the federal government are for programs that we do, and I think of the off oil program, so the home heating, so we've had a commitment for that program, and they're signed agreements. So with anything that we get through the federal government, everything's been signed, and it has like so many years of it, and so the total is actually $32 million that flows through to us to offer programming. So 26 of that, 26.8 is for the off oil program, the home warming program. So that's committed, and it's multi-year commitment, and same with there's ISIP funding there as well, the $4.4 million, and that's committed for a couple more years, and there's signed agreements for those number of years. And so what we have that's flowing through have those agreements in place to keep going for the duration of that program. And then if we wanted to have that program continue, we'd have to negotiate for that anyway. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you be able to explain what the $32 million is for? Like, I think you mentioned 2 of the projects, but is there information on the rest?
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Yeah, sorry. So it was $32.7 million. So 26.8 of that was the off oil, 4.4 was ISIP, and then there's a code accelerator fund that's for the 2020 building codes, and so basically there's money there for us to help with getting kind of our building inspectors up to speed on it. So all the programming that would be required for the efficiency side of the building code stuff. So those are kind of the 3 programs that we get that funding from.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Minister. I misunderstood. When I heard 26, I thought it was 26% of the, I didn't realize 26 million. I'm wondering if the Minister could explain how much work is being done with other departments. Specifically, I'm thinking of in relation to poverty and in relation to people that own their own homes but have a hard time affording maintenance and upgrades, and specifically energy efficiency. And now I've recently had a really great experience with the new minister for, it's not called community services anymore, but that department. And I have someone that has several things going on, but are living in a home that literally has no insulation, and you feel the cold coming in as you're sitting having a cup of tea with them. And so in an effort to try to get help from that department, they've actually are getting things set up through other departments to make sure that person gets their home insulated and other things put in place. So I'm wondering how much, and the reason I'm asking the question for the minister is I'm wondering if the department would recommend more or less money being used in certain areas, especially around helping homeowners that are living in poverty. I'm wondering if more money, like, does the minister think that more money is needed, or maybe there's money there that's not being used? Maybe there's money being left on the table. I'm not sure. But I do hear from seniors in particularly, and in particular women, it seems to be, who maybe are widowed, that are trying to stay in their family home, that are having trouble on their fixed income, like maintaining it and doing the repairs, but also affording to heat and pay for electricity and stuff. So I realize that's kind of a big question. But.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And you know, when I was only in my role as Minister of Community Services for a short period of time, but while I was there, I recognized pretty quickly whenever you're talking about poverty, it has to be kind of across departments, and you have to be able to kind of understand that we all have a role to play, because at the end of the day, you know, everybody has different circumstances, and I think you highlighted a very valid one that I think I've come across as well. And so from a department standpoint, I think it's important for us to make sure that we communicate the programs that we have that can support. And I think, you know, a lot of what I will say with this department is we don't leave any money on the table. The money is well spent and it's well utilized with good reason, because it's about supporting people with energy poverty, but it's also about a lot of the programs that we do, whether it's through Efficiency Nova Scotia or other programs that we're involved with, you know, supporting kind of stabilizing of rates and stuff. It's about the end game. It's about when you're doing efficiency stuff, it's not just about the one time, here's $600 for this year. It's about, we're putting insulation in your house and we're giving you a heat pump that's going to reduce your costs for $1,500 a year for the rest, not just this year. Like it's about that long-term plan. And so I think that's an important part of what we do here, is that it's about looking at how do we change that. It's not a one-time thing, and those one-time things are important, right? I think of the seniors care grants, and I think of the HARP program and the heat program, and you mentioned you were able to support through another department, but like emergency repair program for if a furnace breaks down, and so we all have roles to play, and I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that we're communicating that well with the other departments, because working in silos doesn't work, and maybe it finds efficiencies, and I haven't found that here yet in terms of duplication, but like if there are places where departments are duplicating, how can we, like you say, utilize that money that might be being left on the table somewhere? I think that's important that we make sure that we're doing that. So, but yeah, I could say we're not leaving any money on the table from this department. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I'm a little biased up in Cumberland County because we have so much forestry. Like, I don't know. There's definitely been this movement towards heat pumps, and I'm not against that. You know, in PEI, I don't know if the ministers had a chance to see their program. It's like much more significant as far as how much the portion of money that they contribute towards. I'm trying to remember here. I think I've got here. They get heat pumps installed. I don't want to give any inaccurate information, but my understanding is they give more money like per household for heat pumps. But I'm wondering if the department's considered any other programs for things like wood heat. And I know that may seem old-fashioned, but when we have an abundance of, especially since Northern Pulp has been shut down, like there is an abundance of lower grade wood fiber, and there may be markets available. I'm just wondering, has the department considered anything like that, incentives for people purchasing a wood fireplace for their home? The beautiful thing about wood is that you can still burn it if the power goes out. Still have heat.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair. And what I would say is we don't necessarily, from our department's perspective, we don't have a program for wood heat like that, and it's not something we've considered kind of on a residential side. But we are looking at kind of how could we use some of that low grade wood for heating larger buildings and that sort of thing. I would say like some of the other grants that we have. If it's the seniors care grant, with receipts, you could, if you were getting receipts for wood that you were buying, you could utilize that. But I would say, anytime we can help Nova Scotians with savings, it's a good day. So,
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. One comment that I get from a fair number of residents, and during the election campaign, I heard it a lot, particularly in the Malagash Wallace area, and they're, of course, adjacent to Tatamagouche. There's no new turbines planned up in Cumberland County. We already have quite a few there, which is great. But one common theme that I heard from people is that they support green energy, they support turbines, but they don't want to see all the energy being exported to another country. They want to see the energy being kept here in Nova Scotia and used on our grid, and to help green our energy here in Nova Scotia. And I'm wondering if the minister can comment on that as far as what are the plans with some of the new wind projects.
I recognize the Minister of Energy.
thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. And so, when I talk about natural resources, or when you think about all the opportunities that we're talking about and that we have, I don't think anybody would tell you we don't. Wind isn't a natural resource that we don't have much of. We have lots. We have lots of it onshore. We have lots of it offshore. And so, we're in a. I wouldn't call it unique, but we have the opportunity to be able to do both. And I think I think of the Green Choice program that we've just announced. I think of the Goose Harbor Lake announcement for Port Hawkesbury paper and the greening, and then the procurement that we did prior to, 2 or 3 years ago, the rate-based procurement. We're well on our way of getting to 80% renewables by 2030 with the wind that we have. But we also have all this other wind that we can utilize to create green hydrogen that, yes, it can be exported, but we could also look for opportunities to use it here at home as well. So just because it, early on it might be utilized for something somewhere else, it's also allowing us to become leaders in understanding what is the art of the possible here as well. So, what are the uses for green hydrogen here? What are the uses for green ammonia here if we're going to have more greenhouses and grow more of our food that I think we should too. All of these opportunities, but also creating those green jobs here. So, yeah, it's about exporting, the electrons from wind or green hydrogen from wind, but it's about creating stable jobs and creating an economy here. And I think when you think of, we talk about poverty and we talk about energy poverty and we talk about the challenges that we have in Nova Scotia. Well, a good paying job is the best way to deal with poverty. And so whatever we can do to grow our economy as well and look at those opportunities, it's, we're benefiting from that. And so, if we're exporting green hydrogen and ammonia and we're generating revenue as a province, we're building more schools, we're building hospitals, we're building roads. And so we benefit in a whole bunch of different ways. I think we make sure we take care of ourselves first, and we're doing that by this 80% renewables. But what a great opportunity to be an exporter of something, and electrons are a good one to have.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with everything the minister just said. But I did want to ask that question because that is what I'm hearing from constituents. So it's important for them to hear that, I guess, too. So there's not a lot of time left, so I kind of saved the best for last. So Cumberland County has pretty significant deposits of natural gas, and the Premier's been talking about resource development. I'm assuming that this would be managed through the Department of Energy, and I'm wondering if the Minister has anything that can be shared with the public, that as far as what steps have been taken so far, if any, with regards to that. And I have about 18,000 people up in our area that I represent, and there's varying opinions. There's strong views on, I would say, if you want to pick a side, there's strong views. And in fact, probably about 6 years ago, we actually had a formal debate. It was actually really, really well done. And a former judge, Liz Roscoe, was the, moderator of the debate. It was a formal debate, and they had people argue for and against. And there was probably about 350 people there. It was held at the curling rink in Pugwash, really well attended. There's a lot of really well educated, individuals up in that area. So there are strong views on this topic either way, but there's also a lot of people that just want to learn more, and they don't fully understand what is the government thinking, and what sort of timeline would be looking at. In the past, I have had conversations myself with different people in the industry, and I was definitely told we would be a very small player on the global, when you're looking at the global market. And so really wasn't given a lot of hope as far as that, even if there was a political will, that there would be a real interest in energy development here, because we'd be such a small player in the global market. Having said all that, I am just curious to hear what is the department planning, and what would it look like for the public as far as any public consultation? Is there any planned, and what sort of timeline would we be looking at?
With about 9 minutes in total, so maybe 5 minutes left of questionings, I recognize the Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Chair, and I do have a bit to say on this, so we'll see how it goes. But there was 10 years ago, 11 years ago, basically, is when there was a ban put in place, and the ban came after what we would call I think it's called the Wheeler Report, which didn't recommend a ban. It recommended kind of a slow, an approach that was responsible and respectful and looked at best practices. And but once you have that ban in place, it sends a signal to industry that you're not interested. And so the announcement, when caucus received a letter from the Premier, one of the things we talked about all of our natural resources, but one was about this, and it's about basically sending a signal to industry that we're open for business. And one of the things we're going to do is remove that ban. And it's really about an attitude shift, right? So when you remove that ban, you create kind of a buzz in the industry, and we've heard it in our department, right? Right now we have 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas under our feet. That's the equivalent to 3 Sable offshore energy projects that would supply enough natural gas for Nova Scotia for many, many decades. There's estimates up to 200 years. And what we're doing right now is importing all of our natural gas, every bit of it. And it's coming from other locations that are getting the economic benefit from that. So when we talked about using our wind at home, it's kind of a good analogy. Why are we importing all of this natural gas when we have a resource here that could be utilized for us and our neighbors and maybe for some export if once we take care of ourselves and maybe New Brunswick and PEI, then we look at what's the export opportunity. But that's the economic driver is a big part of it. It's about saying we're not relying on somebody else, because we understand right now that maybe south of the border we don't have a very secure relationship right now. And so it's about understanding how do we provide for ourselves and what we need, and getting the economic benefits out of that. And I recognize that that there are very divided opinions on it, and I think the member has gotten to know me a little bit, and my approach is very much a collaborative approach in understanding how to support things. And I always try to look at stuff from others' perspectives. So it's not just about, and I went off on a rant, you missed it a little earlier, about how I got to the perspective I'm at, about looking at opportunities and what is the art of the possible. And by that, like what can we do in a safe and appropriate way? So what are the best practices out there? There were 4,700 wells drilled last year in Canada, 80% of them hydraulically fractured. How do we learn from those best practices and those regulatory regimes to do it safely here? And if it can be done safely here, then let's do it appropriately. And then getting more to your question about engagement and conversation, it's really difficult to engage about, I don't want to say nothing, but without an industry, without lifting the ban, there's no potential project. There's nothing. And so I don't think people want to be engaged on nothing. They want to be engaged on something. So if industry, if we put a call, if once we open the ban and we put a call out and there's industry interested and they say, these are the places I'd like to explore, well, then there is an engagement and an understanding of what are the concerns, what are the questions people have, and let's understand, can they be mitigated? It's like in healthcare, right? We, if you're on medication or if you come for a chiropractic appointment, I do a initial exam, I do the intake, and then I do an exam, and then I say, okay, here are the risks and benefits of seeing me. Here are the other options you have to do it. And here's how we're going to monitor you as you go. So we're seeing if you're progressing or if you're not progressing, and then we alter your care based on what we see. It's the same, I try to look at this in the same kind of detective way as saying, okay, well, if we do something like this, let's make sure we're doing it evidence-based. We look at what are the mitigating things we can do to support it, and then monitor it as we go. So if there's things that are not so safe, let's make sure we adapt and adjust to that. And so I think as healthcare providers, we understand that, and if we look at these types of things in that approach, I think it'll benefit Nova Scotians. And so, look, it's about understanding what's the art of the possible. How do we do this in a safe and appropriate way, and seize the moment and as I said a couple of times to my colleagues, it's be masters of our own destiny.
Thank you, Minister. And with about 3.5 minutes left, I'll ask for your closing remarks.
Well, before I kind of read the resolution, I just want to say thank you. I thought the questions were very well thought and respectful, and allowed me to kind of elaborate a little bit. And I really want to thank the team that have supported me. There's a couple sitting next to me here, but there's a whole bunch behind. And when I walked in, this is my first time doing estimates, and so as the minister, and so when I walked in and I saw the crew that were here behind me, I felt like it was like the whole team was there to just rally behind me. So I really appreciate the support. And being a new minister with only 2 months in, I'm very lucky. And so I just want to make sure I stated that. And And, I'm very honored to be in this position and to work for Nova Scotians. So I'll leave it at that. And I think I have to read the resolution E7. Resolve that the sum not exceeding $48,613,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Energy pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolution is stood. It is now 8:29 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 10 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.